Hi. Hey. What's up? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 114 2025. That's a January 14th, 2025. It's 1:20 in the afternoon. It's January 14th, 2025. It's 1:20 in the afternoon. We played the hells to clean the evil hells of the evil demons of their worthless piece of shit cocksucker energy and keep them the fuck away from me. Yeah, keep these pieces of shit the fuck away from me. Let's all hope that they choke on a dick in jail and die, which is what's going to happen to them. And I love you guys, and thank you so much for tuning in. And I got to keep the evil haters, fucking demon pieces of shit the fuck away from me every day. You know what I'm saying? Stay the fuck away from them. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot my marijuana pen. I better go get that. I'll be right back. Okay. Today I'll be playing some Nightingale, some Eve, and some FFXI. I'm going to turn it off the big screen because it's an uneventful day. I don't have much going on here. There we go. Okay. And, yep, and we all ready to do some video games and everything. Hells, yeah. Let's go see if that Sand playtest went up. Actually, I didn't think about it, but I've got a playtest that I was supposed to do called Sand, but it wouldn't load yesterday. We're gonna go find out if it'll load today. I don't think it probably will, but we'll see. We'll see. Sand playtest play. But I'm not though. I'm not doing that though. I am because you won't log out. Hyperlight Breaker now available in early access. Hyperlight Breaker finally hit, huh? At $27. Ooh, Hyperlight Breaker. Damn it. Oh, yeah. Let's do an FFXI party. I will look for group on my Black Mage. Party, see party. I bought Sleep God 2 yesterday. Oh, I have a belt that I need to buy, I think, too, which is kind of annoying. What's that sound? Oops. Welcome to the Sand demo. I understand. So they said this playtest started on January 10th. It's the 14th, and this shit will not log in. I wonder if this game is full-blown dead on arrival, and I want to uninstall it immediately. Looking at this clock cycle, I just want to uninstall this piece of shit immediately. I don't even want to give it a chance. Look at it. You can see the developers dying in front of us. Literally on their brand new releases. You can see the developers stealing from us now. It's insane. They can't even manage a login anymore. I wish I was kidding. I'm not. Like, why would I play this game ever again? You can't even manage a fucking login. You're a joke. You're a joke. Goodbye. Goodbye, joke. I'm never going to play you again. Maybe in 2 to 5 years when it's too late to be this kind of survival game. We'll see ya. I couldn't even. I tried like 50 times. Oh no, technical test was completed, huh? Oh, it was a 1-day test? Oh, never mind then. Never mind. I thought it was like a week-long test or something like that. Ooh, update, lossless scaling, yeah. Cool. Well, while that's off, we'll turn on lossless scaling for FFXI here. Wait, no, you're patching it. Yeah, launch this. LSFG3, LSFG3, LS1, sharpness, performance, custom. How about X2, clip cursor, rendering, VSync, max frame rate. No, they're allowed to be started. Keep it submission for rendering. Let's do 2. We'll do HDR support. Increases latency. I don't know. I don't think I need that. Preferred GPU is auto. Output display is auto. Multi-display mode. Legacy windowed mode. What is that? Well, let's scale you and see how this goes. I think lossless scaling is really good for FFXI. It's like really good. Look at that. Totally changes the game. Little bit of artifacting around like the name, but not anything I don't care. Nothing I don't care about, and nothing I care about. Copper ingots, 3,000, 2,801. 3,000, 2,801. Twitch is up. Good. Got the tablet. Gotta get the tablet running. Good. Wow. Hey. Oh, I got a sub. I gotta say thank you to Billy. Thank you for the sub, friend. Means the world to me. Oh, there we go. Cool. And there we go. And we will go up under. I know. I'm sorry. We are good, but yeah. To Twitch live, mute, live stream good, mini player. Good. We are uploading as we were supposed to. Everything is running well. The speed test is sitting at 300. Yeah, that's about right. And yeah. Okay, going live. Hi guys, I love you. Sorry, I'm just doing lots of things. The tablet is so bad. Please work. You can't even load an app, man. How Amazon rip people off with the Kindle this badly is beyond me. It can't even load an app. This thing's like 4 years old and it can't even load an app. What the fuck? Go, get out of it. I'm gonna need to buy some fire crystals. It's working for FFXI. I don't think it works for anything else, but or I think it does if you main the game. I want to go to you. I want you to take me out way over there. Cool. Take me out of here, alien. Yeah. We're going on a mystical journey. I can't wait till I get a better ship. I'm on my way. I'm about to get my second ship, and then one day it'll be 4 ships, and then one day it'll be 8 ships, and then I'll be buying a big fucking mega capital ship, and I'll be like standing on the fucking, the bow with my 64 fucking dudes and my like, my pilot and all this. What the fuck are you doing? Are you landing again? What? Okay. You fucking moron. Yeah, go explore. I didn't know you could do this. Okay, so what else do we do? I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to play some Final Fantasy music. I became friends with the most racist man in America. I remember this. I remember when he did this first. How much money do I have? 2.8 billion, which is funny because I gambled down a billion yesterday, which is insane. I was down to like 1.8. I'm back at 2.8, which is just insane. I'll have to do some clears here probably. Maybe I won my own stuff. We'll see. No, oh, maybe not actually. Oh no, I do. I did. Oh look, a bunch of red packages sold. I can't believe that. Yes, my packages are selling. That's good. Gamblers like these. Yeah, I just took his money. 80 million off this guy, and I lost nothing. Fucked you in your ass, nerd. I fucked you out of 100 million, nerd. It's like I killed you without ever firing a shot. I killed your 100 million ship without firing a shot. I'm better than you. I'm literally slaughtering fools without fighting them. I'm so smart and good at this. Yeah. I love robbing nerds. I gotta say, robbing nerds with a gambling system is like my favorite thing in the fucking world. I'm so good at it. People are so stupid. They actually think that they're smart. Most of them are not. Most of them are really not that smart. They see something and they're like, oh, I'll read a lot of books or whatever. I don't know. Like, it's weird. People are dumb, panicky animals, and I really like robbing them. It's so fun. Like, I actually really do. I don't like stealing anything from them. I like getting them to come to my gambling table and willingly giving me their money. You could call that robbing, but I mean, they do it willingly. There is no robbery in it. These nerds come to the fucking 3-card Monte table willingly, and I just fucking jack them all the time. It's hilarious. To take 80 million off that fucking nerd without even trying by mistake. I think other people farm. Or more likely they just swipe for ISK. I don't need to pay for the game or swipe for ISK. No. It's been a year since I've done that. Like, you know, I haven't even paid a yearly. I don't know. That's not true. I bought a 6-month on my alt, which she still has, a long time ago for $35. That was, yeah, like 5 months ago. It's about to run out. And I spent $10 on the Christmas event so I could get all these red packages so I could rob nerds. Yeah, let's go into my alt and just see what's up with her, see if she's got some free skill points or anything like that. I love robbing nerds. It's my favorite thing. I really love robbing nerds. They think they're so much better than me as they just give me their money and just make me better. You make me better. You do. You all the time you guys come at me and it's just, you make me better. You just make me better. You make me better at this. I just continually rob you. I continually stomp you. I go rolling through every game that you play and I play it better. It's just, you know, it's hilarious. It's just awesome. It's a wonderful time of peace and plenty for me. Where I rob nerds. I won that one too. No, I did. Did I win that one too? I think I won that one. I just got 160 million for no work at all. It's so, or did I lose? I must have lost. Yeah, like, I don't care. I don't care. It's so much money. It's so much money to just sit here. It's insane. In WoW equivalent, it would be like, this guy just handed me 250,000 gold. You know? For no reason. Yeah, it is about 80 million. Let me think about that. Yeah, what's a WoW coin? It's like 560,000 gold or something like that, right? So this is 1/25th of a monthly fee. So yeah, so 1/25th of 550. So yeah, this dude just like handed me 40,000 gold. It's not that much, but I mean, 40,000 gold is some money. It is. Over like the 20-year scheme of things, 40,000 gold is some money. It like actually is some money. It represents something. It could buy some stuff on the auction house. It could. This dude, I just won like 80,000 gold off these fucking idiots. And I'm like, ha. Like, you know, like it adds up after a while. You're just like, oh my God, right now I could. I've earned enough for a month. Just in the last week, I've earned enough I've got another 2 billion coming in sales or something like that over the next like 10 days or something, and I've earned enough in the last week to pay for my monthly sub. And I didn't leave the station or something. It's not just, well, I mean, I need to be aware that this is almost all hypernet. But no, I also have like $1 billion coming in from farming Posh Vaughn. I had $1 billion in the last 3 months from faction warfare. I had like $5 billion come in from the event and stuff. I mean, hypernet is not the only egg in my basket. No. These idiot piece of shit, cockless fucking piece of shit losers in safety. They go, calm down, Miner. And I'm like, are you really? Like coming from World of Warcraft where everybody mines. Everybody mines. Everybody has an all two mines. What the fuck are you talking about, calm down miner? No. Like, more like, why are you ganking defenseless miners? Like, really, kind of. Like, you're just a bit, like, no, calm down, worthless piece of shit cocksuckers. Oh, yes. I am going to. If no one's looking this early in the day, what time is it? It's like. Oh, yeah, it's like 1:42. Well, I don't know. Eh. I think I'll change my sub, but yeah, I'm gonna go, Oh, I didn't buy melon pies, and I definitely do need to do that. But I'll change my sub. I could play White Mage. It'd be fun to play White Mage. Horsecock Moneybags is this guy's name? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess I don't run. Oh, yeah, I guess I do run. I mean, that's a lot of mana. Oh, I was gonna buy the belt and the thingies. Eh. Wait, I think I saw one. Yep. Ooh, it's yellow. The first one I found was yellow. That's really good. That's money. Ah, wrong key. Damn it. No. Your keybinds are so fucking bad, you worthless piece of shit developer. Oh, now it's moving because I bumped it, I guess. Oh, no. Stop. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get this one, am I? Damn it. I can't even see it anymore. There. God damn it. Why is this asteroid moving faster than my fucking spaceship? Fucking stupid. Where is it? I'm just going to try and snipe it. It's worth money. Please fire. Please fire. You won't fire? You won't fire. Why? Why won't you fire? What's your problem? You worthless piece of shit. Back. Forward. What's your problem? What's the problem? Worthless piece of shit. Don't do this anymore. Stop this. Why would you fire? Why won't you fire? Why won't you fire? Why would you fire? You had the mouse 5. Did you change the key? I mean, I don't know. Let's go look. You suck dick, though. You suck dick at controls, though. You piece of shit developer. C rotation. No, you just rebound for some reason. What the fuck? This is the mouse 5 button? This is the mouse 5 button? Can you recognize it, or... Is it... What? This is the mouse 5 button. It's working fine right here. Like, I mean... This is the mouse 5 button. It's working fine on my browser. Why won't it work on your client? Because you're a piece of shit developer, that's why. Because you can't even get keybinds right. You joke-ass pieces of shit. Don't go live like this. You suck dick. What's your problem? You won't fire the weapon? Why? Why won't you fire this weapon? Why would you fire this weapon? You're so stupid. You're so bad at what you do. Oh my god, you're fucking bad. You're so bad. Why won't you fire the weapon? Why won't you fire the weapon, piece of shit? Why won't you fire this weapon? You're so stupid. You can't even bind the key. It's because you have some kind of problem. You have some kind of problem with some kind of junk of code. Your code's junk. You worthless piece of shit developer. Alright, fine. Fire primary weapons. Yes, side mouse button to fire primary weapons. What? What? Why are you saying mouse axis 2? Mouse axis X. It's the forward key. Why won't you let me bind this key? You're really weird. Why would you let me bind this key? It's because you're glitched or something stupid. Just save. You're fucking glitched and you're fucking stupid. You're glitched and stupid. Something about your keybinds won't let me bind mouse 5. Something. Let's go see what other people say. It's the retard developer and their fucking theft. You know, it really is. Watch as I Google it. Come on, man. You won't fire this weapon? Why? Is it the client? Maybe it's the client. Let's just close the client and see. Let's see if it's the client. I mean, it's working on everything else. I don't know. Maybe it won't let you spam is what it is. I suppose that could have been it. Yeah, maybe that's it. I suppose that could be it. That could be it. I suppose that is possible. Yeah. So let's go back and I suppose that could be slightly me. That could be me. I mean, it's the developer being a stupid, brain dead, low IQ piece of shit with no clue how to play video games. I mean, that is the actual reality. But I mean, I may not have seen that coming, so we could blame that on me. I had a spam on my mouse 5 and my mouse bindings. Some piece of shit, brain dead, cockless fucking developers have no fucking idea that how mouse 5 spam works, or they don't like it, one or the other, and they'll just write it out of their game and they won't let you do it. And that's maybe what I ran up against here. Can't you alphabetize these fucking keys, you fucking brain dead piece of shit developer? Why do I have to yell at every developer I see in every single fucking program that I use? Why is this necessary? Can't you guys grow a couple pairs of IQ and rub them together? Please. You guys are so fucking bad. You ever heard of some fucking alphabetization? You worthless piece of shit developers. I'm just saying. I mean, you aren't really making money. I think your companies are dying because you are brain dead pieces of shit. You were supposed to be software developers. You were supposed to be smart. You're goddamn fucking horrible at what you do. Most of the software sucks dick. It's barely workable. Every piece of software I use. I'm dead serious. I kind of want to see some full blown, like, what's the word? Litigation. I'd like to see some litigation now at this point. You guys have been stealing so much across every client that I play. Every client I use is full of theft and bad code. And I kind of need the software industry to just be completely oversighted by the government now. It's insane, but you guys have been stealing too much. You hand in these products that barely work, and that's not okay in your industry. Software is not this thing that you can just throw some spaghetti code at the wall and call it a program and sell it. That's not how that works. We're going to sue you. You can't do that. Oops. I forgot to buy the stuff that I came to the auction house for. You can't do that. You can't just, like, do this stuff. You can't just freely, like, tell me I can't use a mouse macro. It's my mouse on my computer with my hardware and my shit. I can do a spam mouse 5 macro, especially if I have accessibility issues and I might be disabled. You know what I'm saying? I really need this mouse 5 to fucking work. And and you piece of shit developer don't get to tell me what I can and can't do with my mouse. And I want to prosecute you over it, and I hope your industry dies. I'm dead serious. I want to prosecute the industry over this. You guys, especially from an accessibility standpoint, you fuck disabled people really bad. And I kind of want to sue you a lot. I kind of do. I like you guys, you can't keep stealing like this. You just can't, Your program can't tell me what I can and can't do on my fucking mouse. You can't do that. That should be against the law. You should face, like, jail time over it. You can't force me to fucking do this shit. You can't force me to deal with this shit. You really can't. You can't force me to, like, bow down to some piece of software's like concept of whether or not I can use my mouse or not. You should just lose your company and exit the software industry entirely. And I mean this. You don't get to tell me what I can and can't do with my mouse. You just lose your company and leave the industry. Just saying. X4, I don't care who it is. This goes to the game developers, this goes to Microsoft, this goes to Logitech and the mouse software and all that shit. I don't care who the fuck you are or how hallowed the grounds are that you walk on or whatever the fuck shit that you talk about all the time, right? I don't care who the fuck you are. If you continue to fuck us like this, I'll take your fucking business from you. Don't fuck us like this anymore. Fix it. Fucking tell me I can't use a mouse macro on X4 foundations. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Nazi piece of shit developer. Fuck you and your piece of shit rules. Go fuck yourself, piece of shit cocksucker developers. Go fuck yourself. I mean it too. Don't ever tell me what I can and can't do with my mouse. Oh, look, hey. Alpha login restricted. Oh, no, I can't. When does this end? Do you say? No, you don't say, huh? Let's go log right quick so she can get in and see if she's got skill points sitting there. Now. Okay, can I fire now? No, I can't fire. It's because the mouse is broken, maybe. I don't know. What's another game that uses mouse 5? I'll pop in New World and I'll just verify. Or no, I don't know. Maybe I need a rebind is what it is. Let's see. Settings, controls. You won't let me fire. This is how bad the piece of shit developers are. They can't even get fire buttons correct anymore. They're so bad at what they do. See, look at this shit. I'm pressing mouse 5 and it thinks I'm pressing mouse axis. Oh, never mind. Are you brain dead or what? Are you brain dead or what? God damn it, man. You're so stupid. Fucking stupid, man. You piece of shit developers make me so sick in my soul. I hope you lose your business. The amount of sickness you cause me, mental sickness, with the fucking piece of shit design you do in your games. I hope you lose your business. Targeting with your piece of shit game. Targeting in your piece of shit game is so fucking annoying and bad. Look how bad this is. You're so fucking bad at what you do. You're so bad at what you do. Look at me trying to aim. This is just fucking retarded. I can't move for one thing. Why won't you speed up? Why won't you move faster? Let's go. Speed up, bitch. Fucking so annoying. Ugh. Fucking so annoying. Why? Why are you like this? Please? Please. Your targeting is so fucking bad! Jesus Christ, it's so annoying to get this cursor on this thing. It's like fighting it. It's like fighting it to get it on the one point that you want to get it to. It is, I have to move my hand so much. I'm like hard pushing with my elbow to get my fucking cursor on this, you worthless piece of shit developer. Fucking fix it. Like I'm like hard pressing to get this mouse to move upwards enough to aim at this thing. What the fuck? Why? Why? Please. Ugh, it's so annoying. I can't reach it. You're so annoying. When you can't actually reach the item, your piece of shit design is unacceptable. When the gamer can't actually aim at it, like your design is goddamn unacceptable. This is unacceptable. You need to fix it. God damn it. This is embarrassingly fucking janky and bad. It's embarrassing that I'm doing it, frankly. Doing this with you, piece of shit developer. I can't believe I'm doing this with you. Look at this stupid ass shit that you have me do in your games. You're fucking so stupid. I hate what you choose to be as developers. I hate it. Please pop this thing. I've shot it so many times. Why is everything bullet sponge? Everything in your retard world. Everything in your retard piece of shit developer world is bullet sponge. Everything. Everything. They're bullets. They hurt, you piece of shit developers. Get a fucking clue. They're bullets. They hurt. It would smash this. Oh my god. Let's go. Please. You're so annoying. Oh, you're so annoying. You're so annoying. No, don't lose track of it. I'll never see it again. No, no. No, no. You're so bad, you piece of shit developers. You're so bad at what you do. You swear to God, do you ever play your own game? Do you ever play your own game? Come on, man. This design is... I mean, I'm not doing this anymore. I mean, I am. I gotta bash my head against this. I can see that I'm better than your piece of shit design. I can just prove it. I will prove that I'm better than your worthless piece of shit design. For fuck's sake, why do you do this shit? Why? Why? You could easily just stop the asteroid. You're a fucking worthless piece of shit developer. Why do you do this stuff? Why do you do this stuff? Why do you torture people like this? Goddamn sadist pieces of shit. I hate fucking Eastern developers, I frankly do. This is the shit that they do. They're so fucking annoying. Ever since fucking Risen or whatever, they just do stupid ass shit like this, jank for no reason. I hate them. I kind of do. I really hate who they are and what they choose to be. Yep. After that embarrassing shit, I don't ever want to do this again, frankly. It was almost enough to get me to quit the game. Like, I'm sorry, but your fucking design is mortifyingly bad. It mortifies me. I almost want to cry from the embarrassment of seeing how bad it is that you went live like this. It, like, literally makes me want to cry in shame. It's like, this is what you thought was acceptable, piece of shit developer. It's mortifying. It's embarrassing to see what you think is acceptable. It's embarrassing to me. It's, like, mortifying. It's like, oh, you thought that was okay? Oh, God, I'm sorry. No, it really, really wasn't. There, like this one. Please give me a fucking... Your keybinds are so fucking bad. You just can't target it, huh? Can't target that thing? I'm clicking it. Can't target it because you're a piece of shit jank-ass cocksucker developer. Can't target it? No. Nope, you're just bad. You're just bad. What can we say? You're just bad at what you do. Now you're gonna fucking fuck with me. Come on, man. What can we say? You're bad at what you do. Can't target this thing directly in the fucking front of me because you're fucking bad at what you do. I mean, please. Please shoot this thing. Please shoot this thing. Please let me aim at it. You're so fucking bad. You have any understanding how much minute movement I'm doing just to aim at this thing? You're fucking so bad at what you do. If I had drone taxi like you, I would have cost 50,000 pile-ups. You're bad at what you do in your job. You're bad at what you do. If I drone taxi the way you did, I would have killed 50,000 people. You're fucking stupid. If I'd done my job the way you do your job, you piece of shit developer, our world would have died. Like, why are you allowed to be this way? You should be sued for it. You should be sued. You can't do this stuff. I could easily take this up in front of a judge and a jury and be like, why do you torture us like this? Why? We buy your product and you gate it behind this bullshit. You must not do stuff like this ever again. Alright, we're just going to sit here for a little while in space until I see a sparkle on one of these asteroids or something. Let's see. Yeah, let's look at a really busy scene. Get a little closer to it. Yeah, like that. And then stop. Change camera. We're just gonna look until we see like some kind of sparkle. There's one. There's a blue one. Oh, blue's good. Blue's good. I can go home, I think, actually, after this. With yellow and blue, I think I can go home. Yay. Oh, no. Wrong. Oh, your keys are so bad. Come on, man. Oh, your keys and controls are so fucking bad. Worse than Star Citizen. Star Citizen's got to have some of the worst controls in goddamn history. Why? Couldn't she? Why? Fucking Warhawk on the PlayStation 1 had better controls than this. You're stupid. You're stupid as developers. You make things harder than they need to be for no reason. Like the Helium Rust. You don't need to make that shit that fucking stupidly bad. You don't need to make it that bad. You're stupid. It's a utility device. It's not a weapon. Don't make it hard to use. It's a utility device. You're fucking stupid. Like, when you look at the Fortnite helicopter compared to the Rust helicopter, you're like, oh god, dear god, developer, why? Why did you make the Rust helicopter the way that you did? You're fucking stupid. There's good and then there's bad. You're bad. You're bad at design. Getting better at crystal hunting, which is my least favorite thing to do in the history of gaming. Maybe it's pretty bad. Eve scanning is worse. So many people love Eve scanning. Eve scanning has got to be the worst shit I've ever seen in a game. Okay. I mean, it's a subtle mini game, and I don't mind it. It's just that, like, aiming is so bad. Aiming at the crystals is really fucking bad. You could have improved that. You should have just auto aimed them. Seems like a fucking like a really egregious like time theft loss for no reason. Like, look, I'm aiming at this thing, and it's still really hard to maintain it. Look, it's like off putting my cursor on purpose. It's fucking stupid. Why? Why? I'm not moving anywhere. You're fucking stupid. Stop moving this cursor. You're so annoying. Like, look how annoying it is to shoot forward. Fucking stupid. You're stupid at what you do. You don't need to make it that dumb. You're fucking stupid. God damn it. Trying to aim at this thing is like, why? Why did you make this way? You're fucking stupid. Why? You're fucking stupid. Why? The thing's 3 feet away. It just would not be that hard. It would not be that fucking hard in reality. It just really wouldn't. It would just not be that fucking hard, especially with like assisted shit. Like in the future, we have assisted shit. In this stupid shit about like aiming like this is fucking stupid, man. Like, I don't know, it's a fucking spaceship. Aim your fucking cannons at the crystal and fire. Like, why are you making sci-fi seem harder than archery in Rust? You're fucking stupid. These guns are assisted. You're fucking stupid. You're a bad developer. It's why you're in the third party. I'm sorry, but it's true. You make these poor decisions. They're really just, even Star Citizen makes them. Like, god damn it, you make these poor fucking decisions that are just like, why? Anybody with a brain who's been playing games for 30 years would know. You're just bad at what you do. I'm sorry, but it is the actual truth. Gotta go buy pies, because I keep forgetting. I gotta buy pies and... What else is it? Melon pies. Yeah, what is that? This like sweets. Melon pie. Let's put on some Final Fantasy music. Or no, I'll put on the X4 soundtrack actually. Oh, purple on, purple off. Okay. There's one. I think. No. Oh yeah, there was. There's one on that one. Yeah. Like the minigame actually does not bother me. I think the minigame's subtle and not too bad actually. The crystals themselves don't bother me. It's aiming at them. Look, like aiming at them is shitty. Look at this. It's like fucking shitty. And I suppose, like, yeah, and what he's trying to illustrate is how hard it is to shoot a pimple on a fucking boob. Or, like, how hard it is to shoot a nipple on a boob. And it is, kind of. And he's trying to point this out to prove something about the physics system, but all the ships that you shoot at are the size of the asteroids. So it's like, why? Like, why? I mean, why make the crystal hard to shoot at? Make it bigger. You're fucking stupid. It's already like the worst time sink farm I've ever seen in a video game. It actually is. It's like the worst time sink I've ever seen to get started in this game. I don't think I've ever seen a game that's more frustrating. You have to like you have to dump like 100 hours into this game to even make like enough money to buy 2 ships. It's insane. I mean, I'm not playing it full time. It would be less than that. It would be like 50 hours if I did it like full time. But it is like 50. It's like 50 hours to get enough money because the money comes in over time, most of it. So like to get, I mean, you like Eve, and so like you like to get fast money like this, it is like the slowest, like most annoying thing I've ever seen in a video game. Almost Eve's mining is about as slow. It's kind of insane. She came in to look at the NES store and see if she has any unclaimed stuff. I'm just gonna use all this. It's just cluttering my space. I don't care about these things. All right. Now we'll go back into Nightingale. Uh, Melon pies +1. 10,600. Okay, and what else do I need? Oh, I need a belt. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough money, but let's go see. Sort by level. Okay, this is good, but this song gets repetitive, kind of. Looking around for sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. I don't see it. There's a sparkle. 2 sparkles. There's that guy. Oh my god, aiming is so annoying. You idiot developer. Ugh. Okay, so we have the Arachne Obi. Enhances resist slow. Spell interruption rate down. Mithrin Stone. Accuracy and evasion. How much is that? 7,000. Rainbow Obi. Spell interruption rate down. Flagellant's Rope. Resist poison effect. Ooh, that Flagellant's Rope isn't actually that bad if it had int. Royal Knight's Belt. Jungle Belt. Oh, int 5. Yeah. Ooh, Jungle Stone. How much is that? 300,000. Look, it's got such good stats on it, though. There's the Life Belt. It should buy that, yeah. What did all the black mages wear? It's annoying. Are you a black mage? Oh god, I don't know which one to buy. I think it's that one. I don't know. No, it's this one, the Penitent's Robe. 370. Son of a bitch. Alright, well now we know what else we need. I should just craft all day, I guess. Goldsmith like you mean it. I love going up here and like looking at the whole place. Yeah, I got that one due east, I guess. I don't really want to go out while it's raining. Where am I? Oh, I had the gas on. God damn it. Yes, I did. Where am I now? Can't I boost anymore? I don't know. No way.
People. Second of all, even more importantly, well, that is an admirable record that he should be very proud of.
Oh,
I'm
it's in
proud to
25
work with him on
minutes?
some of those things. The truth is, given where the American worker is today, it is simply not enough. What the American worker is crying out for is, why are my wages today no higher than they were in real dollars 50 years ago? If we could have raised the minimum wage to say 17 bucks an hour, it would have made a hell of a lot of difference in the lives of millions of low-income people. If we could have expanded Medicare, at least, cover hearing, dental, vision, home health care, would have made a real difference. I think also, while President Biden has accomplished a lot, he does not do what Trump does and identify enemies. Who are the impediments to progress? Well, Trump has his ideas, all undocumented people and it's transgender people, whoever it may be. He has a set of enemies, kind of change every day, but they're out there. I don't think the Biden administration is strong enough in saying, you know what, you've got to stop the greed of the corporate world right now, not just the drug companies, but the insurance companies, sectors all over. They talk about it, but not quite forcefully enough, and to present specific policies to deal with that. Alina Khan, who is, I guess, in the next few days, remains a chair of the FTC, has done a brilliant job.
Absolutely.
And is one of the heroes, heroines of that administration. I think you got to be clearer in saying, why is it that the rich are getting richer and so many other people are struggling? We need an explanation for that. I'm not sure that the Biden people were as strong on doing that as they should have been.
We don't have a lot of time, so I want to ask you something about the Green New Deal. In your Green New Deal proposal, you proposed $18 billion increase in national spending specifically to address the more frequent and severe wildfires plaguing the American West. This was, of course, widely panned by the media and also politicians that are backed by the oil and gas industry. And yet the $18 billion is marginal in comparison to the total damage that we've seen in California, in Los Angeles this past week. Some estimates ranging from, the most conservative estimates ranging from $50 billion to upwards of $100 billion. How do we communicate to the American public that initiatives like the Green New Deal are an absolute necessity going forward in order to to truly tackle the climate crisis that is going to seemingly increase these extreme, once-in-a-lifetime natural disasters?
That's the problem. They're no longer, Hassan, you're exactly right. They are no longer once in a lifetime. They're no longer once in a decade. And by the way, while I'm here with you, let me just, I love LA. You know, I get out there fairly often, and what's going on is unimaginable, and I know people are suffering, just so worried. And we're going to do what we can to help rebuild LA. Your point is, well, I think there are 2 points that need to be made. We have got to combat every ounce of strength that we have people like Trump who think that climate change is a hoax. This is, as I understand it, the warmest year on record, followed by 9 preceding years, which were the warmest years on record. Climate change is real. What you're seeing in LA is part of what we're seeing all over the world. Massive climate disturbances. And it's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. I mean, it's horrible to almost think of this. Say that what's going on in LA today will become fairly common in years to come. But unless the global community comes together, recognize that we got to change our energy systems, we got to take on the lies and the greed of the fossil fuel industry. We have to do what the Green New Deal is about, create millions of good-paying jobs in energy efficiency and sustainable energy, and we can do it. We can do it. And yes, what the Green New Deal was about is saying, look, that in itself is not going to solve the global climate crisis, but it'll give states and communities better resources in order to deal with the crises that are definitely going to come as we try to transform the system.
Do you feel like the back and forth political conversations or even blaming the likes of DEI or whatever the new Republican thing is on any given basis is simply a misdirection away from the actual the actual reasons as to why anthropogenic climate change is accelerating these extreme weather events?
It makes me furious. It really does. Now, presumably what's going on in LA is all because you have a Democratic governor, a Democratic mayor, but then they're going to have to explain why we've had all this terrible flooding and other disasters in very red states all across this country. You got to be a moron not to understand that climate change does not give a damn whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. It is real. So yes, this is simply an attempt to deflate attention, much needed attention, on why climate change is causing devastating problems in LA, throughout our country. My small state of Vermont, in the last number of years, has been hit time and again. Floods which have wreaked havoc for hundreds and hundreds of homeowners, small business people. Our state capital is still impacted by the flood we had a few years ago. This is a global crisis. Those people who are still trying to deny it in order to protect the profits of the fossil fuel industry, I really don't understand it. Their kids are going to suffer. Their grandchildren are going to suffer. I don't know what they think they're gaining by playing a political game with an issue of such existential importance.
It seems like it's short-term profit seeking, which has absolutely eviscerated American manufacturing, as well as ruined even the consumer experience that Americans have in general over year. It's basically a race to the bottom, putting the interests of profits over the interests of people. I had another question about this in particular. Mike Johnson has made inferences to potentially offering conditional aid to the state of California in terms of recovery. In your experience, you've spent many decades in American Congress. Have you ever seen this level of politicization in the aftermath of any sort of natural disaster? And do you feel like Mike Johnson is doing this specifically because they want to potentially use as a way to pass through budget reconciliations without much problems down the line?
Uh, I think I have seen a little bit of this stuff in the past, but not to the extent that we're seeing it right now. It really is. You know, Biden and Obama, I think if you check their records, they gave out disaster relief and other types of federal funding really to red states quite as generously or ungenerously as they did the blue states. They really did not discriminate.
No.
The idea that the largest state in our country, which has been just devastated by this terrible
California.
fire, that they are going to be playing politics with disaster relief is unconscionable. Between you and me, I don't think that they will succeed, because what goes around comes around. You do not, I don't want to see if, God forbid, Idaho is hit by something. We say, well, it's a Republican state. We're not going to give them the help they need. This is America, We're a 50-state country, and we have territories.
We're the
We
world's
treat all
child.
people equally. And there is a disaster. What being a country is about is we all come to each other's aid. If Vermont gets hit hard by something, I expect the people of California to help us. California gets hit, people of Vermont got to be there for you. It doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever you are. That has got to be the basic tenet of how we do federal disaster relief.
One last question I have for you before I let you go, and thank you so much for spending time with us today. I've heard from your team that you have been doing this event in Vermont where you go and play basketball with some of your constituents. Number one, when can we ball? Because that is a dream of mine. And also number two, I've heard that you were that you had some wonderful experiences that made you feel like people are desperate for a sense of community right now and some semblance of community organizing.
Son, the reason we're doing this, we're paying this out of campaign funds, is I think in Vermont and all over this country, there is a desperate need for community. We did, during the holiday season in December, 4 events around the state in communities larger and smaller. It was just a fantastic thing, totally non-political. Just people coming out and doing Christmas carols and Hanukkah stuff, and just, having, eggnog, and kids are there, and we had local kids entertaining and people singing along with the kids. Beautiful experience. We've now done we've now done 9 basketball events, and what I want to do there is it's not only bringing people out, is I worry the kids are spending too much time on their cell phones. Kids are isolated. So we do these events, and we have foul shooting contests for the little kids, and the middle school kids, the high school kids, and we give a free basketball, good basketball to all of the kids who come, with the hope that these kids will become more active, go out, play some ball, not sit home on their phones all of the time. We also do a chess tournament every year. We do a choir event every year. We do essay contests. We want to involve the kids, and many of these kids are really struggling. These are tough times for kids in high school, middle school. So we're trying to reach out and bring people together in what little ways we can.
All right. Well, I look forward to coming to Vermont and playing basketball with you, Senator. And
you shoot hoop?
Yeah, I play basketball quite a bit. I'm training.
All right.
I'm training to
We'll
see
do
you
it.
on the courts.
All right, you got it. Come on. We'd love to see you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Senator Sanders. Like I said, you're an incredibly impactful person for many people in my community.
Huge for me.
I'm very fortunate that you wanted to come on, and hopefully, if I do come to Vermont, maybe we can have a much longer conversation as well.
Let's do it.
All right.
Please.
Thank you so much. Have a great one. Bye.
I missed this, damn it. I missed the whole thing. How long was it?
Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. here on the broadcast a way to finally close the circle. A person that is endlessly impactful in American politics for especially our corner of American politics. A person that I believe is profoundly important in revitalizing the leftist movement in this country. Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for everything you've done, and also thank you for coming on the broadcast.
Why does this sound so bad?
Pleasure to be with you, and thank you for what you are doing. You are part of a revolution in media today, which is causing
Ooh, I got a party?
to millions of people who are tuning out of legacy media, and thanks for what you're doing.
So we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to get right into it. As far as your impact goes, I think we should probably start off with where you foresee the future of the left movement going in American politics.
Well, what I am most optimistic about is a revitalization of the trade union movement in this country, a growth in class consciousness, workers beginning to stand up to take on corporate greed, stand up to the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that we have today. And I think the future of American politics is bringing young people, people of color, women together in a movement led by the trade union movement, which demands that we end oligarchy in America. And that's something I'd like to talk with you a little bit about, Hassan, and move toward not only a democratic political system, but an economy where all of our people in the wealthiest nation on earth have a decent standard of living. That is not a radical idea. We can do it, but we can't do it unless we bring people together around a progressive agenda.
Absolutely. Speaking of the oligarchy, we of course have the anti-corruption candidate, Donald Trump, who ran on draining the swamp the first time and then only seemingly worsened the conditions of the swamp, now aligned directly with one of the top oligarchs, the actual top oligarch, the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. And I feel like you've had some conversations about Elon Musk, especially in recent weeks. And I was wondering how you feel about Donald Trump cozying up to all of these billionaires, and these billionaires, especially in the tech sector, including but not limited to Elon Musk, cozying back up to Donald Trump and a resurgence of right-wing politics in the country.
Hassan, this is of enormous, enormous consequence. There's nothing more important that is happening not only in American politics, but in world politics. Let's think about it for a moment. What you got in Elon Musk is, in fact, the wealthiest guy in the world, worth over $400 billion. I mean, it's just astronomical, mentioning that. Along with Zuckerberg, Bezos, the three of them are worth almost $8 trillion. They're all going to be at Trump's side during his inauguration. Musk is going to play an active role in quote-unquote transforming.
Hey, the money men and the fascists are fixing to fucking fuck us again.
About?
What a surprise.
What it's about is moving incredibly rapidly toward an oligarchic form of society, where the very wealthiest people will not only own the economy, not only own the media. I mean, Bezos owns the Washington Post, Musk owns Twitter, but also own the political system. One of the issues that we don't talk about enough is that during this last election, a small, tiny number of people, multi-billionaires, put huge amounts of money into both political parties, and that is, to my mind, not what democracy is about. So you got control of the media by the few, control of the political system by the few, control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is. Our job is to bring our people together, the vast majority of the people, demand a vibrant democracy, getting rid of Citizens United, one person, one vote, limiting the amount of money big money can spend on politics, and creating an economy in the richest country on earth that guarantees a decent standard of living for all people. That's the challenge.
What do you think Elon Musk is going to do in terms of privatization when he is basically in charge of numerous government agencies now? Like he's going to have control, or at least a tremendous amount more influence, direct influence over numerous government agencies, some of which are tasked with regulating his companies.
Exactly. And it's not just, don't look at it as him having control over this or that agency. It's the enormous impact that the wealthiest guy on earth, a very smart guy and a very dynamic, hardworking guy, what he's going to have over the totality of the government and the Trump administration. What does it mean? These guys do not believe in government. They aggressively believe in deregulation. They believe in more and more wealth and power. People on top right now. You don't hear Mr. Musk talking about the need to provide health care to all people as a human right. You don't hear Mr. Musk talking about the need to make sure that all of our people have decent education or live in safe, affordable housing. That you don't need. What you're talking about is an expansion and growth in technology which will benefit the people on top, and in my view, at the expense of ordinary people. And you know what else was kind of unique about Musk? A little bit different than other guys. This guy, increasingly, you may have noticed, talking about people with super high IQs. You heard that?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that kind of language in a very long time. You're talking about a kind of a superior aristocracy. We're all so smart and know all about technology, have all kinds of wealth, who are living these extraordinary lives, and they're going to be running the world for us. And the challenge of the moment is that with an exploding technology that has the capability of improving life for all, you've got to make sure that that happens and not see more increased wealth and power going to the people on top, which is exactly what Musk is all about. These guys are smart, they are aggressive, they want even more wealth, they want even more power. They are enormously dangerous. What's going on right now is unprecedented. This is not just, rich guys, oh boy, I'd like some more money, I need another 14th house. They want power to go with their wealth.
What would you say to the growing resentment from the American working class against political institutions, the elite, and specifically our government? Do you feel like this level of deregulation and privatization and the erosion of government social safety nets and government programs have contributed to that resentment?
Absolutely. Look, you're the average guy out there. You're not into politics. What are you seeing? You're seeing that in many ways you are no better off, in some cases worse off than a worker in your place 50 years ago. Got that? Real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker, despite the huge increase in worker productivity and technology, all the computers, all the cell phones. An average worker in real inflation accounts for dollars, not making a nickel more than he or she did 50 years ago. And during that period, a massive transfer of wealth, bottom 90% to the top 1%. And you're looking around you, and you're worried that your children may be in even worse financial shape than you are. They may never own a home of their own. You look at a government, you're hearing all the political bullshit that's out there. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And yet, maybe your job went to China. It's likely that you have a high deductible. You may not have any health insurance at all. Maybe your kid made it to college and he or she is deeply in debt. And you're saying, does democracy really work for me? Does it really work for me? And a lot of people are concluding, no, it doesn't. And they're willing to move toward a more authoritarian type society run by Donald Trump. What Trump said in so many words, he said, you know what, this system is broken. I'm going to smash it. Well, he's right, the system is broken. Problem is, his solutions are going to make a bad situation even worse. Our job is to acknowledge what Democrats don't. You know what? The system is broken. We need to rebuild the system. People together. We can do it. We should not be the only major country on earth not guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right. You think we can't build millions of units of affordable housing? You think we can't reach out to the world and address climate change? I think we can. Tough stuff. None of this is easy. We can do it. A lot of people are essentially saying, I'm sick and tired. I've heard all of it over and over again. It ain't working for me. Status quo is not what I want. I want change. Trump may be crazy. He may be a pathological liar. He's going to bring about change. So that's what I think we're dealing with.
Do you feel like this was a crisis in communication from the Democratic Party in the past election cycle that led to the defeat of Kamala Harris?
No, I don't. I don't think it's a question of communication. I think it's what the Democrats stand for.
So
it's not messaging is art. So if the Democrats believe, does the Democratic leadership believe that the current system is broken? You tell me. Have you heard that? People go around saying, look, there's something wrong when we have massive income and wealth inequality, when we're the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people, when you got 800,000 people sleeping out on the streets, when we have an opioid epidemic, when our public schools are failing. You know what? Guess what? The system ain't working. Do you hear Democrats say? You tell me. I mean, I'm sitting in the Beltway. I don't hear it. Do you hear it on the outside world?
No, absolutely not. That's why I was wondering what your opinion is. Is it malicious? Is it incompetence? Is it because we are now seeing the likes of Chris Murphy, for example, come to terms with a more left-wing populist message that they want to adopt. Now, you say that it's more than just the message. It's actually about dramatically changing the policy, dramatically changing the direction away from this zealotry that they display in terms of defending third-way neoliberalism, and I 100% agree with that. But will there actually be a change in your estimation within the Democratic Party? Do they actually want to win elections? Do they actually want to change the trajectory of American politics away from the throes of fascism?
They want to win elections, absolutely. Are they willing to take on their corporate sponsors, people who finance their campaigns in order to do what is popular and what the American people want, which is the way you win elections? Let me give you just many examples. I mean, I can throw it out. It is one thing to say, okay, we are opposing Trump's effort, perhaps, to throw millions of people off of the Affordable Care Act. We all agree that should not happen. It's another thing to ask why it is that we're spending twice as much per capita on healthcare. 85 million people are uninsured or underinsured. Insurance costs are going up. The question there is our healthcare system broken or not? I think many Democrats are prepared to say, yeah, it's broken. We need a new system. We need to move toward Medicare for. Are there some Democrats who are beginning to catch on that there is something wrong when they have lost a significant part of the white working class, now the Latino working class, some of the black working class? Are people beginning to catch on that maybe we've got to address some of the issues that are impacting the lives of working people? Yeah, I think some are. Are enough? No, I don't think so.
How do you feel about the Morena victory in Mexico, if you don't mind me asking? Because we did see a somewhat older figure in AMLO transitioning power away after seeing tremendous success with the expansion of the welfare state and social safety nets and trying to target to the best of his ability inflationary the inflation crisis that many other Western liberal capitalist nations faced, where we saw historically unpopular incumbent disadvantages. AMLO was able to transfer power away from himself to a younger female candidate, Claudia Sheinbaum. So clearly, even in North America, there is an example of a social democratic party becoming even more popular in the aftermath of this election.
Well, I would look. It ain't complicated. If you do what your constituents want you to do, I want they're going to vote for you. I mean, it's kind of basic politics. If you ignore their needs and say, well, you just don't appreciate all that we have done for you, you don't know how good you have it, well, you know what they say, well, screw you, I'm not doing well. I would also mention to you that when we passed in the throes of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan, which provided direct cash payment, tens of millions of Americans extended unemployment, put a whole lot of money into childcare, kept people from getting evicted, lowered the childhood poverty rate through a child tax credit. At that particular point, after that bill was passed, guess what? Biden's popularity was the highest that it was throughout his administration. You tell me, just tell me, if the Democratic Party said, you know what, in the first 3 months of a Democratic presidency, a Democratic Congress, every American will have health care as a human right without having to take out your wallet, because it's a human right. We're going to fund it in a progressive way, publicly, no more in insurance premiums, co-payments, deductibles. If the Democrats pulled that off, how incredibly popular do you think they would be? You tell me.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Do you think that it's the impact of money in politics that causes Democrats to be afraid of taking the initiative on issues like this? Or is it more pervasive and unfortunately scarier than that? Because I'm a firm believer that aside from the lobbying dollars, I think that there is a crisis of like elitism, I would say, where you have immediate family members of Democratic Party officials and, of course, the Republican Party officials as well that go to work in these corporations. So it's a more complex web beyond even lobbying in terms of the conflict of interest, in my opinion, between members of Congress and the corporate elite.
I think you're right. I think it is both factors. Let us not minimize the role that money plays, period. Every American, I don't give a damn what your political views are, should be really frightened that 3 multi-billionaires in the Republican Party.
Sorry guys, I gotta pee as I'm starting a Final Fantasy party. Must get ready to XP for 2 or 3 hours. I think I'm gonna start identifying left. Pretty fucking hard too. I'm going leftist like Hassan. I'm going leftist. I don't want the right wingers in my fucking channel. I'm going leftist. I'm standing up for what I believe to be right. I really don't like these pieces of shit, and I'm gonna fight them. What's somewhere where I can get a good camera? Yeah, like that. Oh, These people are fishing Black Soul right here. Summoner, Black Mage. Heriarch Belt. Ooh, that's really good. I want that. Evokers, Summoners. He's a good Summoner. Evoker's Ring, Astral's Ring, 71 Summoner, Phantom Earrings. Phantom Earrings. I've got those. The Aquilo Staff, which is Elemental Magic Skill 10, but I mean, and at 5. What's the difference? Mine is... Where's my Ice Staff at? Oops. Gotta change my macro. Zaga 2, Blizzard 2. Blizzard. Then we'll go blah blah. Copy. Paste. Oops. I want to take this solo, copy, paste. And then I want to take copy, paste. Okay, we all set for this party. Let's see what the zone music's like. I don't remember. Yeah, we'll do it for a little while.
Could put hundreds of millions of dollars into Trump's campaign. Democrats also had many billionaires contributing. And if you think those guys are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, you would be mistaken. Obviously, they want to elect candidates who will represent their interests. And the second thing related kind of what you are saying, son, is that people live in a certain world. One of the crises of the corrupt campaign finance system we have is not only the impact of money. Many of my colleagues are spending 20-30% of their days. You know what they do? They're out talking to their working class constituents. They're on the phone raising money from wealthy people. They're going to house parties with wealthy people. When you surround yourself with folks who have come from a certain world perspective, I'm running a corporation. Let me tell you about all my problems I'm having. It's not, hey, I can't pay my rent. Let me tell you about my problems. You live in a certain milieu, I think is what you're talking about, and that becomes separated from reality. Does that take place? Is that happening? I think it is.
Yeah, I noticed that I was the most out of touch with the outside world when I was directly at the DNC, despite being online the entire time. That I definitely noticed that there is a bubble surrounding, I would say, the Rust Belt for sure, or not the Rust Belt. Sorry, the DC class and the media class. I think are certainly.
It really is. It really is. I mean,
certainly removed.
It really is. I've said this a million times, and it's not just the politicians, it's the Inside the Beltway media. I cannot recall. I have done 12 zillion interviews in my political life over the years. There's nobody who's come up to me and said, Bernie, we have massive income and wealth inequality. What do you think we should do about it? Bernie, what are you going to do about the fact that 25% of seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less? What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about the fact that so many people are homeless? Those are questions that one is not asked. One is never asked about income and wealth inequality, for example. It's not part of the mindset of media or, for that matter, politicians. And we got to break through that. We have got to break through it because it is on the mindset of ordinary Americans.
So switching gears a little bit, but going back to the Democratic Party's performance in these past 4 years under Joe Biden, where would you rank Biden's performance across the board? Because there were certainly a lot of good things that occurred. I think pulling out of Afghanistan was a success, and it was the appropriate thing to do, even though it was not defended adequately by the Democratic administration, in my opinion, and the media definitely was very gung-ho about continuously punishing Biden. There were also initiatives, like you said, the expansion of child tax credit, and wonderful work done by the NLRB and many other regulatory agencies, like the FTC specifically. But it did seem as though, one, these successes and the impact was not seen as tangible things that the American working class could associate with. But outside of that, do you feel as though it didn't meet the standards that are necessary for improving the material conditions of the working class right now?
Excellent question. And here's the answer. Accomplished domestically.
Wait, you're cutting out. Wait, 1 second. Sorry. I don't know what happened. You cut out a little bit. What you said, excellent question. I didn't hear anything after that. Sorry, Senator.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
I think if you look objectively at what Biden has accomplished domestically, it is probably the strongest record of achievement since FDR in the 30s. What you're talking about is rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure and creating a huge number of jobs, making real progress in rebuilding manufacturing in America. First president really to take on big pharma and have some impact in lowering the cost of prescription drugs, most notably beginning to negotiate prescription drug prices under Medicare, investing very heavily in climate change and sustainable energy. A president who is unashamedly pro-labor, walked on a picket line with the United Automobile Workers. That is a strong record. That's only part of what he did. Problem is, the record is strong, but I think he was not been the kind of leader and communicator that made that record understandable to the American people. And second of all, even more importantly, well, that is an admirable record that he should be very proud of. I'm proud to have worked with him on some of those things. The truth is, given where the American worker is today, it is simply not enough. What the American worker is crying out for is, why are my wages today no higher than they were in real dollars 50 years ago? If we could have raised the minimum wage to say $17 an hour, it would have made a hell of a lot of difference in the lives of millions of low-income people. If we could have expanded Medicare, at least, cover hearing, dental, vision, home health care, would have made a real difference. I think also, while President Biden has accomplished a lot, he does not do what Trump does and identify enemies. Who are the impediments to progress? Well, Trump has his ideas, all undocumented people and it's transgender people, whoever it may be. He has a set of enemies, kind of change every day, but they're out there. I don't think the Biden administration is strong enough in saying, you know what, you've got to stop the greed of the corporate world right now, not just the drug companies, but the insurance companies, sectors all over. They talk about it, but not quite forcefully enough, and to present specific policies to deal with that. Alina Khan, who is, I guess, in the next few days, remains a chair of the FTC, has done a brilliant job.
Absolutely.
And is one of the heroines of that administration. I think you got to be clearer in saying, why is it that the rich are getting richer and so many other people are struggling? We need an explanation for that. I'm not sure that the Biden people were as strong on doing that as they should have been.
We don't have a lot of time, so I want to ask you something about the Green New Deal. In your Green New Deal proposal, you proposed $18 billion increase in national spending specifically to address the more frequent and severe wildfires plaguing the American West. This was, of course, widely panned by the media and also politicians that are backed by the oil and gas industry. And yet, the $18 billion is marginal in comparison to the total damage that we've seen in California, in Los Angeles this past week. Some estimates ranging from the most conservative estimates ranging from $50 billion to upwards of $100 billion. How do we communicate to the American public that initiatives like the Green New Deal are an absolute necessity going forward in order to truly tackle the climate crisis that is going to seemingly increase these extreme once-in-a-lifetime natural disasters?
That's the problem. They're no longer, Hassan, you're exactly right. They are no longer once in a lifetime. They're no longer once in a decade. And by the way, while I'm here with you, let me just, I love LA. You know, I get out there fairly often, and what's going on is unimaginable, and I know people are suffering, just so worried. And we're going to do what we can to help rebuild LA. Your point is, well, I think there are 2 points that need to be made. We have got to combat every ounce of strength that we have people like Trump who think that climate change is a hoax. This is, as I understand it, the warmest year on record, followed by 9 preceding years, which were the warmest years on record. Climate change is real. What you're seeing in LA is part of what we're seeing all over the world. Massive climate disturbances. And it's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. I mean, it's horrible to almost think of this. Say that what's going on in LA today will become fairly common in years to come. But unless the global community comes together, recognize that we got to change our energy systems, we got to take on the lies and the greed of the fossil fuel industry. We have to do what the Green New Deal is about. Create millions of good-paying jobs in energy efficiency and sustainable energy, and we can do it. We can do it. And yes, what the Green New Deal was about is saying, look, that in itself is not going to solve the global climate crisis, but it'll give states and communities better resources in order to deal with the crises that are definitely going to come as we try to transform the system.
Do you feel like the back and forth political conversations or even blaming the likes of DEI or whatever the new Republican thing is on any given basis is simply a misdirection away from the actual the actual reasons as to why anthropogenic climate change is accelerating these extreme weather events?
It makes me furious. It really does. Now, presumably what's going on in LA is all because you have a Democratic governor, a Democratic mayor, but then they're going to have to explain why we've had all this terrible flooding and other disasters in very red states all across this country. You got to be a moron not to understand that climate change does not give a damn whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. It is real. So yes, this is simply an attempt to deflate attention, much needed attention, on why climate change is causing devastating problems in LA, throughout our country. My small state of Vermont, in the last number of years, has been hit time and again. Floods which have wreaked havoc for hundreds and hundreds of homeowners, small business people. Our state capital is still impacted by the flood we had a few years ago. This is a global crisis. Those people who are still trying to deny it in order to protect the profits of the fossil fuel industry, I really don't understand it. Their kids are going to suffer. Their grandchildren are going to suffer. I don't know what they think they're gaining by playing a political game with an issue of such existential importance.
It seems like it's short-term profit seeking, which has absolutely eviscerated American manufacturing, as well as ruined even the consumer experience that Americans have in general over year. It's basically a race to the bottom, putting the interests of profits over the interests of people. I had another question about this in particular. Mike Johnson has made inferences to potentially offering conditional aid to the state of California in terms of recovery. In your experience, you've spent many decades in American Congress. Have you ever seen this level of politicization in the aftermath of any sort of natural disaster? And do you feel like Mike Johnson is doing this specifically because they want to potentially use as a way to pass through budget reconciliations without much problems down the line?
I think I have seen a little bit of this stuff in the past, but not to the extent that we're seeing it right now. It really is. Biden and Obama, I think if you check their records, they gave out disaster relief and other types of federal funding really to red states quite as generously or ungenerously as they did to blue states. They really did not discriminate. The idea that the largest state in our country, which has been just devastated by this terrible fire, that they are going to be playing politics with disaster relief is unconscionable. Between you and me, I don't think that they will succeed, because what goes around comes around. And you do not, I don't want to see if, God forbid, Idaho is hit by something. We say, well, it's a Republican state. We're not going to give them the help they need.
Okay, so this is where we were before. I'm gonna turn it off. This was good. It was good.
We need to talk about this wild growth.
Wait, New World PvP servers are actually sound insane. They're gonna do PvP servers? Ooh, PvP servers. The Civil War on drugs. I love the Civil War on drugs.
We need to talk about this wild, growing conservative infighting that's...
I missed that one. Oh well. Okay, this song kind of bums me out, so I'm going to turn it off now, but it was good. For a little bit, do a little bit of the Final Fantasy RP and everything. Yep, Nightingale's down.
that's been happening because it's exposing a lot, and it has a new target. Andrew Tate.
He's an online troll, and he revels in precisely the evils conservatives hate.
Now, obviously, Andrew Tate's been making headlines for years now, and his whole alpha male, anti-woke persona has led to him being lumped into and often embraced in right-wing circles. And recently he appeared on Benny Johnson's show alongside one of Trump's lawyers, where we saw this interaction.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice
Big
to meet
fan.
you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump.
Also, lately, we've seen things like Elon Musk sharing Tate's posts and responding positively to posts about him. And that also notably coming after Tate has suggested he has political ambitions, running a poll asking, should I enter politics and run for Prime Minister of the UK? And even though that's not quite how electing a PM works over there, the option, yes, Save Britain, spelled incorrectly, did win. And while with that, that post wasn't taken too seriously by non-supporters, that it wasn't covered by tons of mainstream outlets, just today you did have The Guardian publishing an opinion piece saying that while his efforts look like a publicity stunt, it's important not to write off Tate's political ambitions as meaningless attention seeking, adding it's highly unlikely Tate will ever be prime minister, sure, but trolls like him already have an oversized role in politics and their influence seems only to be growing. Which then brings us to people in conservative media who are taking Tate's influence seriously, and they're now pushing back against the right's decision to embrace him. With, for example, Ben Shapiro yesterday posting a video titled "The Right Should Dump Andrew Tate," with Shapiro there listing out the trafficking and assault allegations that have been made against Tate and arguing against the conservative platforming that he's received thus far, with him saying that he has no problem with conservative hosts interviewing Andrew Tate, saying there's nothing wrong with that in theory, but in practice, no one is asking him the right questions.
He rips off thousands of people with his scam Hustlers University. He preaches the virtue of treating women in a way you would never, ever allow anyone to treat your wife or your daughter. No one is saying you can't have Andrew Tate on your show.
Yeah, why
It's a free
is
country.
Andrew
You do
Tate
what
on the
you want.
right?
What I'm
He's-
saying is that if you
I-
say you're conservative, and then you have someone who
I've never understood why Andrew Tate is on the right. He's like this hoe bag fucking pimp who fucking womanizes and catches sex trafficking trials and stuff like this. I'm fairly sure he does a lot of drugs, and I'm fairly sure he does a lot of drinking, and he spends his money quite liberally, and he has like criminal liberal lifestyle money, and I don't know anybody more liberal than Andrew Tate, and he stands there and he acts like he's a right winger, just like Trump. Trump's not right winger either. Trump is this wife cheating fucking golfer, alcoholic, socialite dude who was a TV actor. Actors are almost never right wing. There are sometimes, but it's sort of rare. Most actors are known for cocaine and lots of sex and, into the, kind of pseudo intellectuality and stuff like this. And I wouldn't say that most of them are known for being like these hardcore right wingers. No. Streamers are not. I mean, some streamers are right winger because they identify as right winger and stuff, but most streamers, I would say, are left wing. It's actually kind of weird when you look at their lifestyles. Their lifestyles are like they're hoe bag, womanizing, druggy, fucking crazy liberal flower power people who, they're not flower power people, but they're just, and they are conservative in some of their beliefs, but like overall, their lifestyles are about as leftist, liberal, as permissive as I can think of, really. That sound freaks me out when it happens. It's like some stupid ship that's using its fucking power like to perfectly guide in. It's like AI stuttering its forward momentum and stuff. It's interesting. I guess I should go sell since I'm in town. Man. Okay, here we go. No. Please help me. No. Oh. The hell was that sound? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know.
Truly is disgusting on, and you proceed to tout them, praise them, nod along to everything they say, cheer them. You're doing more than platforming.
Or you have Shapiro saying there's a line between having a conversation with someone and becoming a means to spread their propaganda. With him then further arguing that Tate's persona, it doesn't even actually fall in line with conservative ideas. Saying that even though Tate is seen as a champion of
not at
masculinity,
all.
Masculinity has good iterations, and it also has real.
And he needs to talk about Trump like this, too. Trump's lifestyle does not depict a fucking right-winger at all. Not from his voting record, not to his friends, not to his lifestyle, not to his job, that television show, all the fucking Hollywood people he was around. None of Trump's life was ever fucking right-wing. None of it. None of it. It's weird. You guys just made him your king for some fucking reason. It's insane. And it's weird because, like, Andrew Tate's the same way. Why, like, these people, they're leftists. They have leftist lives. They do leftist drugs. They cheat on their wives like fucking, you know, like not like those people who value family values or anything like that. No.
Really, really ugly.
This isn't Christian family values people we're talking about. They're leftist people who do drugs all the time and cheat on their wives and shit. It's insane. It's weird. They're sheep's in wolves' clothings. Both Trump and him are sheep's in wolves' clothing. It'll be funny if the right wing actually figures it out that they're being bossed around by leftists. It's actually hilarious. I wouldn't say Trump is a leftist at all. I would say that he's got a leftist lifestyle.
Tate is seen as a champion of masculinity.
Masculinity has good iterations, and it also has really, really ugly iterations. And the iteration that Andrew Tate pushes is not a responsible masculinity.
With him then adding that just because someone is anti-left, that doesn't make them a
Why do you have a
sustainable conservative
yarmulke
figure.
on?
And
You're
this,
a
as
fucking
Shapiro noted
streamer,
himself,
you
that he is
idiot.
not the only conservative to call Tate out. And actually, if you go to his comments, you have a lot of people supporting Shapiro's takedown of Tate. But that also doesn't mean that support for him is going anywhere. And we actually saw that today in response to news that a Romanian court had lifted the house arrest Tate has been under since August, which means that he can now leave his house, though he's been placed under judicial control, which means he still cannot leave Romania. He has to check in regularly with police and cannot contact suspects or witnesses tied to an investigation into him. And so with that, while obviously Tate was celebrating the news, he was not alone, right? His supporters were very happy and they were abundant. But that said, this specific Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro situation, it's not this outlier. In fact, it brings us to more news regarding general conservative infighting. Most of these, they deal less with the influencer space and more with the directly political space. With, for example, just a week until the inauguration, things in Trump world get intense, where you had VP-elect J.D. Vance causing a bit of a stir over the weekend for comments that he made to Fox News about which people that are serving time for January 6th should receive or should not receive pardons from Trump.
Look, if you protested peacefully on January the 6th and you've had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. And there's a little bit of a gray area there, but we're very much committed to seeing the equal administration of law. And there are a lot of people, we think, in the wake of January the 6th who were prosecuted unfairly. We need to rectify that.
And those remarks from Vance are super significant because they go much further than anything Trump has said when questioned about pardons for violent offenders. Where Trump has kind of long evaded giving a direct answer about who among the 1,500 who have been charged in connection with the insurrection will receive the pardons that he has long promised as one of his first acts in office. Though, in the past, he has said that there might be exceptions if, quote, somebody was radical, crazy. But then, just last week, when asked whether he was planning to pardon J6ers charged with violent offenses, Trump responded, "We'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons, yes." And so Vance's latest remarks have spurred a good deal of backlash on.
Wow, Trump is going to pardon all those insurrection people? Jesus Christ. What about the cop that killed Ashley Babbitt? They're going to bomb him. They're going to bail him out.
online from Trump supporters, with a seeing, among other things, an X account claiming to represent Jake Lang, who is awaiting trial on charges of beating police officers at the Capitol, making a lengthy post and sharing a video message condemning Vance's remarks. With that account writing, the J6 hostages' families have been crushed by the mixed messaging coming from the White House on the J6 pardon process recently, and saying, "We are utterly confused," with him then going on to falsely claim that all rioters charged were protesting peacefully but were set up and entrapped by the FBI and had unfair trials in a corrupt justice system. With him adding, "How can J6ers be condemned/left behind and some be deemed worthy of leaving this hellhole torture when all have been railroaded in a two-tiered persecution?" With him then concluding by calling for everyone charged in the insurrection to be pardoned. With it also being echoed by another user who claimed to be a January 6th survivor who posted, "Telling your own supporters that the election was stolen and then not giving them a pardon or commutation after you sent them into what you call a Fedsurrection and trap is a betrayal. All of the J6 defendants must be saved. JD Vance is wrong, and I hope Trump will save his own supporters." With it then seeming like the backlash got so bad that Vance himself actually responded to a post by the Hodge twins saying that he donated to the January 6th Political Prisoner Fund and has been defending these guys for years. With him then claiming that there were federal informants in the crowd who shouldn't get a pardon and arguing that he wasn't walking back Trump's claim. And adding, "I assure you, we care about people unjustly locked up. Yes, that includes people provoked and it includes people who got a garbage trial." But then also, that wasn't the only recent battle in Trump world, because there's also now a lot of coverage around recent remarks made by Steve Bannon, who of course was one of the architects of Trump's 2016 campaign, who served as a close advisor. And man, we saw Bannon absolutely tearing into Elon Musk in a recent interview with an Italian newspaper and vowing to oust him from Trump's orbit, saying,
Wow.
"He is a truly evil guy, a very bad
wow.
guy. I made it my personal thing to take this guy down." And then adding, "I will have Elon Musk run out of here by inauguration."
Steve Bannon.
Also, among the other things he said,
wow.
Bannon went as far as to say that Musk should go back to South Africa, where he was born, and continuing, "Why do we have South Africans, the most racist people on earth, white South Africans, we have them making any comments at all on what goes on in the United States?" Right? And notably here, these comments come after Bannon and Musk also recently had another high-profile battle over a visa program that allows foreigners with technical skills to work in the U.S. for up to 6 years. With Bannon, along with many other anti-immigration Trump supporters, condemning Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and other so-called tech bros for supporting those visas, arguing that they take jobs away from U.S. workers. With then Musk and Ramaswamy essentially hitting back by arguing that there are not enough good American workers for those jobs. Right? And also with this, I want to say it has been very notable the differences in the ways that media outlets have been reporting on Bannon's latest remarks. Because, on one end of the spectrum, you have more left-leaning outlets kind of painting this as a significant moment of infighting among key Trump allies that represent a broader rift between two different factions of Trump supporters. With outlets like the Washington Post writing, while previous battles were mostly between the old Republican establishment and MAGA, the new ones are largely between various sectors of the MAGA movement jostling for influence. With the New York Times also echoing that and saying that Bannon's remarks reflect broader tension on the right in the United States about the direction of the movement that Mr. Trump has championed, and fears that Mr. Musk could use his influence to sideline powerful figures within that movement to promote his own agenda. But then, when you look at kind of more right-leaning outlets, they generally more painted this as a one-off situation between Musk and Bannon rather than a broader issue, with some even trying to paint Bannon as a sort of loose cannon lashing out, and the New York Post publishing a headline that read, "Steve Bannon goes berserk on Elon Musk." But for now, we're gonna have to see how all this plays out on all these different fronts and kind of just more generally. And so with that, I'd love to know your thoughts and opinions in those comments down below, and while you do that, or you just continue listening to me while you're eating your food, let me say welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and reactions to it, with new shows every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. And today, we've got a lot more news to break down, starting with, next up, this crazy Mike Beeler and David Wells situation. And don't worry, there's no reason you should know who they are. They're two roommates in their 60s. Well, one day in Washington State back in 2021, they were having dinner in their apartment when David reportedly choked on a piece of steak, with Mike later recalling, "He fell over a chair. I thought he was dead then." And so an ambulance rushes David unconscious and not breathing to a hospital in Vancouver. And it turned out that Mike was kind of right, because the staff there put David on life support and then reached out to his family to then present them with the choice of taking him off of it. Except, here's the problem and the reason we're talking about this today. Instead of calling his family, allegedly, somewhere along the line, someone made a terrible mistake. They incorrectly identified David as Mike, his roommate. So they reportedly called Mike's sister, Debbie Danielson, who later recalled to KGW News.
They said he's basically brain dead. Do you want us to keep him on life support, or do you want to pull the plug.
So our decision was to tell him to take him off life support.
So with the consent of Mike's family, the hospital reportedly pulled the plug on David, meaning David's family doesn't even know that he's now dead, and Mike's family is grieving even though he's completely fine. And then apparently nobody caught this mistake, or at least no one spoke up if they did, as the hospital then reported the death to the county medical examiner, and a local paper ran a death notice for Mike. Meanwhile, a funeral home receives David's body, reportedly believing that it was Mike, and then asked Mike's family about final wishes, cremation, and organ donation. With Mike's brother-in-law recalling, when we went to the funeral director, I was like, don't we need to identify him? No, we'll just take it from here. And so reportedly they're making all these arrangements, mourning their loss, delivering the tragic news to people in their lives for a full week before Mike apparently rose from the dead in their eyes, beating Jesus' record of 3 days. With him reportedly just casually calling his sister Debbie out of the blue, just concerned because his cell phone account had been shut down.
I said, you can't be alive, you're dead. He goes, no, I'm not. I'm quite alive.
Well, yeah, this discovery came as a relief. They also then had to contend with the fact that they made the decision to end the life of someone they didn't even know. Speaking of which, David's family was still in the dark about all this. So when the police found out, they told the medical examiner who notified David's son, Sean. But according to Sean, they left out the crucial detail that his father had been misidentified and pulled off life support by someone else. With him telling KGW, they basically told me there was a medical emergency regarding my father and he had been pronounced dead. And he claims that he didn't actually learn the truth for another 2 years when a reporter reached out to him about the story. And so now Sean, Mike, and Debbie, they're all suing the hospital, the ambulance service, the funeral home, and the medical examiner. And so with all of this insanity playing out, I guess there is a lesson to be learned. It's not a new lesson, but it's pretty much be skeptical of everything. And then I guess also more specifically, if you think someone is dead, definitely identify the body and or try calling their phone. Worst case scenario, I guess you just hear their voice again on their voicemail. Best case, not actually dead. And then we'll get back to the news in just a moment, but as someone who's always been on the move between meetings, gym sessions, and weekend adventures, finding the perfect all-weather shoe, it was like finding gold. Those rainy, slushy days that usually make you want to stay inside. No, not anymore. Thanks to today's sponsor, Vessi, there's no longer a need for separate shoes for different weather and occasions. One of the coolest parts is I can just step right into puddles. Deliberately, like my inner child loves it. My feet stay completely dry. And especially since I've moved, I've been in surprise downpours, and while everyone else was doing that awkward run and dodge move, I was just strolling through it. I'm kind of feeling a little smug, if I'm being honest. And all of this is they've really nailed both the style and function. These aren't just rain boots in disguise. They actually look good with everything from jeans to gym shorts. And as far as the comfort, let's just say I forget I'm wearing them half the time. And for anyone looking to crush their 2025 goals, whether it's daily walks, weekend hikes, or just wanting to look put together in any weather, you need these in your life. So if you're ready to say yes to every adventure this year with their weekend sneaker, head on over to vessi.com/DeFranco and get an automatic 15% off your first order at checkout. Trust me, your feet will thank you. And that's vessi.com/DeFranco. Get them now while they have your size. But then from that, we need to talk about big updates around the LA fires. Starting with the fact that the death toll from the fires has risen to 25, and that number, it's still expected to get larger, especially as you have weather conditions now almost as good as they get for existing fires to spread and for new ones to start. And in fact, we saw a new fire breakout near Auto Center Drive in the city of Ventura, which is around 60 miles from downtown LA. Though luckily, it does appear that firefighters have that one handled so far, but also it does serve as another unfortunate reminder for just how ripe the conditions are for sparks to fly, especially because, as expected, the winds have been picking up throughout the area, and officials have warned that the risk of new fires forming or existing ones spreading, that'll be especially high for at least today going into tomorrow. With the saying LA and Ventura counties remaining under red flag warnings for extreme fire danger, and what's been referred to as 2 smaller areas under particularly dangerous situation red flag warnings. And the reason I say what's been described as smaller is those smaller areas, we're still talking about areas that are home to roughly 13 million people. And also, when I say particularly dangerous, I'm talking about what the National Weather Service itself has described as the extreme of the extreme fire weather scenarios, with them literally saying, in other words, this setup is about as bad as it gets. Now, with all these fires, understandably, there's been a lot of focus on how big they are, where they could be going, how people can be safe, but also more and more people have been asking, well, how did these fires start? And I do want to be clear here, we do not know for sure yet, especially regarding all the individual fires. But I will say regarding the Palisades fire, one of the leading theories right now is that it was actually a flare-up of a fire that happened on New Year's, with there even being the suspicion that the first fire was caused by people celebrating with fireworks. And then as far as the Eaton fire, well, a lot of people suspect that it could be traced back to some sort of issue with electric utility infrastructure, with a lot of attention condition specifically being on an electrical transmission tower where some videos and images have been going around suggesting that the fire originally started there. And with that, the authorities have reportedly zeroed in on the site in their investigation. But a big thing I will say with that is they have not yet made any official determination, and we've seen experts saying that it is too soon to draw any conclusions. But also, despite that, 4 lawsuits have already been reportedly filed against the company that owns the transmission tower, Southern California Edison, with these lawsuits accusing the power company of sparking the Eaton fire, which is also the deadliest of the ongoing blazes and actually one of the deadliest in California's history. And what we're seeing is that the lawsuits have been filed on behalf of homeowners, renters, business owners, and others with properties destroyed by the fire. And I'll say a big key thing is that these could just be the first of hundreds or even thousands of legal claims that we see getting made in the coming days, weeks, and months. But in any case, besides what's being cited as photos and video evidence, some of the lawsuits have been citing data from an electrical monitoring company by the name of Whisker Labs. And with that, you had their CEO telling NBC News that his company's data shows evidence of many electrical faults in the areas near the fires, including in Eaton Canyon, likely caused by trees hitting power lines. With them then also adding that the homes and communities in the immediate proximity to where the fire started remained powered. And the reason that is notable is because, one, SoCal Edison and other power companies claim that they followed official guidelines and preemptively turned power off during the height of the fire. And two, the company claimed to have conducted an analysis showing that there were no interruptions or operational or electrical anomalies around the time the fire started. But with that, you also had the CEO of Edison International admitting in an interview with ABC yesterday that, quote, you can't rule anything out until you get your eyes on the equipment, and saying,
that said, we have not been able to get up close to the equipment yet because firefighters have not deemed the area safe for entry. So we'll as soon as we can get close to it, we'll inspect and we'll be transparent with the public.
You know, with all that, another thing that's worth noting is you have places like the New York Times reporting that many of California's most destructive fires have actually been caused by power lines. And in fact, when you look at the numbers, SoCal Edison alone has reportedly paid hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements related to at least 7 wildfires in recent years. With that, including, for example, an $80 million settlement with the federal government after the DOJ filed a lawsuit alleging that the company owned, maintained, and operated power lines that ignited the 2017 Thomas fire. But then also, as everything plays out, we got to talk about one more thing connected to the LA fires that I think a lot of people wish wasn't. Politics. And while we've been seeing that play out everywhere, one specific thing that's been getting a lot of attention are Republicans saying that they want to put conditions on wildfire aid to California. Though notably, this isn't coming out of nowhere. I mean, during his campaign, for example, Donald Trump actually threatened to withhold federal aid from California unless the state changed how it approached water management. And now we're seeing Trump among those blaming California Governor Gavin Newsom for an alleged water shortage that they claim had contributed to the fire's devastation. Though a very big thing is that water policy experts have disputed claims of water shortage in Southern California, instead saying that these fires are due to a combination of lack of rain and severe wind. And this, as other people and officials have said, that no water system in the world could have kept up with the demand created by these fires. So with that, to be clear, right, that is not the same as saying there is nothing that local or state officials could have done better. Because we're seeing things like, for example, the consensus of experts interviewed by CNN saying, you know, the combination of winds, unseasonably dry conditions, and multiple fires breaking out almost all at once made widespread destruction inevitable. But then they also said that inconsistent vegetation management, aging infrastructure in homes, and a lack of planning likely contributed to the destruction. But in any case, here, right, the idea that democratic policies are at fault and they need to be changed seems to be how the idea of conditioning aid began. Right on Sunday, for example, you had Senator John Barrasso blaming the fire's devastating outcome on what he called the policies of the liberal administration out there, and he supported the idea of conditioning aid on CBS's Face the Nation.
I expect that there will be strings attached to money that is ultimately approved, and it has to do with being ready the next time because this was a gross failure this time.
But then, that evening, nearly 24 House Republicans attended a dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and they reportedly talked about tying wildfire aid to a debt ceiling increase, which, you know, obviously has nothing to do with being ready next time like Barrasso claimed. And then, with that, yesterday you had Speaker Mike Johnson confirming that there's been some discussion of tying California wildfire aid to a debt limit increase. So then he also repeated the claim that officials in the Democratic-led state were to blame for mismanaging water resources and forests in the LA area.
It appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects. So that's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that aid. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is.
And it will be interesting to see what that consensus is, especially because, you know, for one, Democrats are pushing back on this idea with, for example, Representative Robert Garcia warning that the move here could set a really dangerous precedent and saying, whether it's wildfires in California or hurricanes and tornadoes in Louisiana, we should never condition aid to disaster victims. You also had House Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar saying it would be crazy and ridiculous and and would completely upend Congress. And then finally, you had Representative Sidney Kamlager-Dove putting it kind of the most bluntly, saying people have lost their lives, homes, and livelihoods. I have zero tolerance for partisan bullshit right now. In all of this, as it's not clear yet whether this idea has the full support among Republicans, which is important because they have a very slim majority. With us seeing GOP Representative Young Kim, for example, telling Axios, if aid is needed, we need to deliver. But then also, we've seen people like Republican Senator Mike Rounds kind of trying to reposition this idea, with him saying that the whole tying the debt limit increase to disaster aid, that it's not meant as some sort of penalty, instead saying, I think it will have to be because we simply can't provide the assistance unless we have the ability to borrow the money to do so. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there, especially because it's gonna be one of the first real tests of what the state of play is gonna look like in Congress for the next 2 years. And then we'll get back to the news in just a moment, but it's 2025, and I know that you care about accessing free internet safely and keeping your digital life secure, but why do you not have a VPN yet? I mean, do not ignore this. And we can talk about the specific reasons you need a VPN, and also I want to say thanks to NordVPN, or more specifically, nordvpn.com/Phil, for being a sponsor of the show. Right, and so for starters, one of my favorites is threat protection. In this feature, it safeguards you from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads, even when you're not connected to the VPN. And for extra protection, turn on CyberSec to block malware hosting websites, annoying ads, and botnet control. And all of this, as I love that Nord keeps all your data safe behind a wall of next-generation encryption. Right, your privacy is a priority, and with strict no logs policy, they never track, collect, or share your private data, and their kill switch ensures that your data is never exposed. Plus, you and your family can enjoy Nord's ultra-fast connection, so you won't have to sacrifice speed for security. Stream your favorite shows with uninterrupted streaming and protect up to 6 devices with just one account. So seriously, why haven't you gotten NordVPN yet? It is a no-brainer, and you can get a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus an additional 4 months free at nordvpn.com/Phil. Just remember, that's nordvpn.com/Phil. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. But then, shifting gears, we need to talk about Pete Hegseth, of course, Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, because he just had his confirmation hearing, and there were fireworks. That was kind of expected, given Pete's background. Pete Hegseth is a former Fox News host and decorated National Guard veteran. He did 2 tours, one in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. And even from the get-go, Hegseth was what the Washington Post called an unconventional pick, considering his relative youth and inexperience managing people at the scale needed for the job. But then also, after being nominated, a whole slew of allegations have come out against him, which called his suitability for the role into question. With this, including a story in the New Yorker, which reported that former employees at 2 veterans groups Hegseth worked with accused him of financial mismanagement, excessive drinking, and sexism. Also, when I say excessive drinking, I mean he's been accused of getting so shit-faced at work events that he had to be carried back to his room. Though with that, he has reportedly promised not to drink the entire time he is serving as secretary if he is confirmed. But then there's also the payment of an undisclosed amount to a woman who accused him of sexual assault in a police report back in 2017.
Get this man out of office.
Has acknowledged, though, he has maintained his innocence and no criminal charges were ever filed. With his attorney also saying that the payment and the NDA that came with it, they were in response to the woman threatening a lawsuit. Right, and then also, in addition to that, you have people concerned about comments that he's made in the past. With this, including among other things about women in the military having previously said that women simply shouldn't be in combat roles. But with that, some have said that he's walked back those comments since his nomination. Others, including himself, saying that his comments about women have been misconstrued. But, throughout all that, you've had Trump sticking by Hegseth, with him even saying on Truth Social this morning before the hearing that Hegseth has his complete and total support. Beyond that, there have also been several Senate Republicans who have thrown their support behind Hegseth's appointment. However, all weren't initially convinced about him. So with that, he's reportedly spent the last several weeks attending countless meetings with the Republicans on the Armed Services Committee, trying to win them over. And right now, it does seem to have worked, with CBS reporting that many Republicans have rallied around him. And in fact, Senate Majority Leader John Thune reportedly told Trump that he believes Hegseth will have enough votes to be confirmed. And then, as far as the Democrats, you had the Washington Post reporting that Hegseth has declined to meet with any Democrats on the committee except Rhode Island's Jack Reed. But with that, Reed told the Post that the meeting did not go well, saying, "Today's meeting did not relieve my concerns about Mr. Hegseth's lack of qualifications and raised more questions than answers." And so unsurprisingly, Reed immediately jumped on those concerns during the hearing today.
A variety of sources, including your own writings, implicate you with disregarding the laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues. Indeed, the totality of your own writings and alleged conduct would disqualify any service member from holding any leadership position in the military, much less being confirmed as the Secretary of Defense.
Also, another big moment questioning Hegseth's character came from Senator Tim Kaine, with us seeing Kaine here specifically pointing to allegations that Hegseth cheated on his wife.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely cleared.
So you think you are completely cleared because you committed no crime. That's your definition of cleared? I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared? How is
Senator-
that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
She's a
And
child
she
of
was,
God.
and
She's here.
you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
Well,
Those
no,
were
duly
false
investigated,
charges?
and I was completely
Those were
clear.
false
Then I also
charges?
saw
Yeah,
several
just
senators
say
taking aim
no.
at him over
Yes, you
comments
did.
about women in the military. With Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, for example, telling him that in order to be an effective Secretary of Defense, he's going to have to change the way that he views women. We also saw in this hearing Hegseth maintaining that he doesn't disagree with the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Though there, you had people noting that he previously said
They're
that allowing
right-wing
gay people to serve in the
shitheads.
military is, quote,
They're right-wing shithead Nazis. They're not going to change how they feel about women. You're not going to win that one. They hate women. What are you talking about? They're not going to bow down off that one. They're the anti-abortion people. They hate women. What are you talking about? They're never going to bow down to that one. They're not going to listen to you tell them they've got to be inclusive about women. They're not going to listen to that. That's not who they are. That's not who those people are. Hey, I sold another present. And I made 80 million while I'm out here on this belt. More. Okay, I just made off that one present more than I can make mining for 20 hours. They're right wingers. They don't like women. They're not gonna bow down to that. They're not gonna listen to you, force them to like women. They're not going to. That's not who they are. They don't like women or black people. That's not who they are. You're not gonna make them do that. That's not gonna happen with them. Why are you trying? You're dumb. Ah, your fucking buttons are so annoying. Yellow was good. I'm going to be able to buy my next mining ship here. I think I can buy it right now, but if I find like 2 or 3 more... Charge. Oops. My cell phone cord is like dying. It's fucking another like USB-C. I need a long USB-C cord. I don't know if I have one. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look. So, but can I put it on the power strip? Is there enough slots? Let's see. What's this one? This one is the, oh yeah, okay. And then that one is, yes, and I need that one. This one is the extension, so that won't work. We'll have to put it in probably the computer, I guess, but that does work. Yep, can't do that. I'll have errors. Can't touch any of that. I'll have errors. What else can I do? I can. Oh, I know what I can do. I can switch chords at will. I guess. Yeah, that'll work. The new pen I bought has a USB-C cord, which is new to me, so I have to like change my setup so I can charge the pen. But I do like that. I like that a lot, actually. I like that the pen's USB-C. I might actually keep it on the cord. I'm sick of losing this pen. I like that it's portable, but I mean I lose it all the time. I'd like one portable one. And, well, no, I wouldn't. 2 canisters at the same time is wasteful. I'm twisting canister after canister. I love lossless for this game. It actually really changed the game for me. Look, everything's all smooth and fluid, all the movements and everything. I cracked the crab. I don't know, this is a long journey. Do I start a crate or do I go home? I think I'll start a crate is what I'll do. Yeah, we'll start a crate. But I want to get closer to that Bez first. So, get me closer to that. Yeah. Now I want to, and then I want to align to, Oh, oops. I got too far away because I had the engine on for some fucking reason. Damn it! I was looking for that yellow one and I lost it, didn't I? Oh, I had it targeted. Damn it, now you can't even see any asteroids. Oops. Ooh, it's nicer and warmer today. I like to turn it off. I'm gonna about to be 69. Good level.
social engineering and Marxists. But then we also saw the questions going beyond just Hegseth's controversial decisions and past opinions, right? He was also asked about the war in Gaza by Senator Tom Cotton.
I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
Hegseth was also asked whether or not he would use military force to take over Greenland, where he notably kind of didn't give a straight answer.
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland.
But then in addition to all that, we saw other Democratic senators kind of going more broad with their concern regarding Hegseth's qualification. With, for example, Senator Tammy Duckworth, who's also an Army combat vet, repeatedly questioning Hegseth.
What is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are three main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure.
And when she does, Hegseth responds with,
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been to
no, the answer is no. Can you name one of the three main ones that the Secretary of Defense
talking about defense
signs?
arrangements, I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
We then saw Duckworth quizzing Hegseth on knowledge of ASEAN, which stands for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which is an organization the U.S. works closely with on security and defense issues in the area.
Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of nations in that, but I know we have allies in South Korea, in Japan, and in AUKUS with Australia, and trying to work on submarines with them.
Mr. Hegseth,
submarines with them.
Are in ASEAN. None of those three countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations.
Now, also notably in this hearing, there were those that came to Hegseth's defense. And among those, you had Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who said that Democrats were being hypocritical.
How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job? And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because a man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke.
Now, with all this, I want to stress that these are just a couple of moments from an hours-long hearing, and if you want to watch the whole thing or jump around and see a few things, I'm going to link to it down below in the description. And all of this, as it's far from over, right? Today was just the beginning. And that because even if this committee approves him, the full Senate still has to vote to confirm it. Though again, Thune thinks they have the vote. So for now, we're going to have to wait to see, and of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts. Then, finally today, let's talk about yesterday in some commentary. And as far as the comments, you had people touching on, individual stories, but the most popular comment on the show read, "I'd like to cancel my trial of 2025, thank you." But unfortunately, my friend, I have to confirm some of the replies to that comment, starting with the fact that you missed the 7-day cancellation period, and it looks like we ran into an issue while processing your unsubscribe request. For more assistance, please call our support line. Though again, a lot of the comments had to do with the updates around the LA fires. Some trying to give advice saying for everyone sitting at home stressed and waiting for a potential evacuation, take a video or a photo of everything in your house. Open every drawer, closet, box, etc. Back it up to something not on your phone. This will save a lot of headache with your insurance company if you need to make a claim. Meanwhile, you had others just thankful. And that for a number of things, but this comment saying, "I'm so grateful Canada and Mexico sent aid. That's incredible, and I love that other countries helping us is making the news. I know others help us a lot more than we hear about, and it's refreshing to see it acknowledged properly." And while yeah, there was a lot of support for that comment, you also had a few people coming out from under rocks to write, "But California is the 3rd largest economy in the world, and now they need help from Mexico? Ha 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 ha." And I mean, if there were ever just a decent example of a chronically online shithead who's just disconnected from the human experience, right there. It's people helping people, and for anyone to take joy in this and try and use it for political pot shots, I think it's fucking stupid. Though I will say a lot of my favorite comments were recommendations and also people sharing their own experiences. With one comment that exemplified that reading, a perspective on the LA fires I found to be incredibly thought-provoking was Molly Burke talking about how she's experiencing the fires as a blind person. The LA fires are horrifying for everyone. I can only imagine how much worse that is for the disabled populace there and the amount that they have to rely on others to make evacuation and safety decisions on their behalf. Which on that note, yeah, I watched it was very eye-opening. I'll link to Molly Burke's video in the description. And then specifically regarding the incarcerated firefighters, we saw comments like, "My brother went to prison for 10 years. He became a firefighter and said it was his saving grace. He's completely turned his life around," though he added he sadly was not able to be a firefighter after, but it changed him and he's a welder now and happy. But then also, separate from that, you had people commenting on the potential TikTok ban that's looking like it's going to happen on the 19th, with some just responding, "Honestly, when TikTok goes, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to have a little less social media in my life." To which I would say, as someone that is unfortunately addicted to their phone, I'll believe it when I see it for more than 1 to 2 weeks. I'll be thinking, I'm gonna get a dumb phone, and I'll be like planning this out for 2 hours, and then 2 weeks later, I'm like, I had 9 hours of phone time a day? Like, am I alone in that? Are you ever consuming something online, you're just scrolling, and then you actively get angry at yourself? You're like, this is not good for me at all. Also, something I'll say is interesting, and it's kind of a highlight of this being an international show, some people in the comments have actually already experienced a TikTok ban. With some sharing, as someone who lives in India where TikTok was banned in 2020, Instagram Reels has totally taken over, which I will say it is completely possible that will be mimicked here, but at the end of the day, that's not a full-on guarantee. Different cultures, different opinions about the people that own those sites. Most big TikTok users that I've spoken to, when they talk about Instagram Reels, like if it was a person, they would have no problem punching them in the back of the head repeatedly. There's just like a disgust there, it seems. But the final thing that I'll say here is I am someone that will be disappointed if TikTok does go away. And that's largely just because its algorithm is better than really anything else I've experienced on any other sites. Right, I'm most active here on YouTube with the main show as well as shorts. Post on Reels. I'm gonna try and post more on Blue Sky and X. Well, our YouTube shorts, they can get sometimes millions of views. It is over a longer period of time, and it's not great for what I do, which is more breaking news, or at least something within a 12 to 36 hour period. On TikTok and even Reels to a slighter degree, like a video can just pop off 1 to 4 million views in 1 to 2 hours. Whereas for YouTube, it usually takes like a lot longer. Like we don't know if a video is going to do well until usually 3 days later, which isn't the best for the news space. Hey, like everything in life, you only can control what you can control, and you navigate through the situation otherwise. You know what? We're going to end today's show on something that sounds like it borders or is parallel to life advice. But that is the end of your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news. Now remember, now that I'm fully back for 2025, I will see you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
We now have some first real information about the seasonal PvP server in New World. and I've got to tell you, it actually sounds kind of good. If you're not sure what this is, basically when season 7 comes, which I think is on the 21st of January, there's going to be these seasonal servers. It's a season that lasts 3 months. Your character, once you've finished, it's basically a fresh start server, and your character will then move to a server of your choice, which I assume can be a fresh start server, which might be a reason to do this depending on who you are. Just quickly before we go through this though, if you're looking for some people to play with and you're a little bit scared of the PvP server, come and like join my Discord, watch me on Twitch. I will be playing with people from the channel and stuff like that. Everybody's welcome. If you want to do that, please come ahead and join. You don't have to be good at PvP. You don't even have to like PvP. Just come join. It'll be fun. The tagline of this season is that it's going to be always on PvP with accelerated leveling and exclusive rewards. One, if you're a PvPer, you're definitely going to want. They talk about the vision for this server, and you know, we're going to go through the information, but what they ideally want is people all around the map, not just doing the MSQ. They want people all around the world engaging and fighting. And even if you're lower level, if you've got some of the newer gear, it should also make
Look,
you
I can't do anything. Why is the mouse off the window?
We actually get the details. So the first thing here that they talk about though is the challenges of implementation. Basically, people think, oh, it's just flagging up at PvP. It's not that hard. But what they have to do is make sure that these seasonal worlds don't affect the normal servers, and that was something that I'm concerned about, and they actually do say that that's not going to happen. They say a robust safety net ensures items like these Ethereal and Conqueror's gear, which we'll come back to in a minute, will remain exclusive to the seasonal worlds, preventing disruption to the Eternum's economy. That's one thing I was concerned about. If they actually make it so that there's no crossover, fantastic. Now let's talk about the actual details. The Ethereal and Conqueror's gear are basically two types of gear. One's less powerful and one's more powerful. So the Ethereal gear is still more powerful, I think, than your normal items, but it's not quite as powerful as the Conqueror's items. I think the Conqueror's items are going to be like named special unique perks and all this kind of stuff, where the Ethereal items are going to be these cheap items that are relatively cheap to craft, but they both drop when you die and they both have durability. And actually the Conqueror's gear loses more durability on death, so the more you die with it, the less you're going to have it. Now both types of this gear is going to be stronger than other items. The weapons are all going to have increased base damage by 20%. Armor and jewelry are going to have an extra 3% damage absorption per piece, and apparently there's no gems, which I'm kind of happy about there being no gems in this piece of gear, because gems on the fresh start server was absolutely a massive pain in the backside. So this is a good change just straight off the bat. Might cause a reason not to do some of the professions, but I mean, let's not worry about that right now. So what happens is these ethereal items are needed because they're going to enable you to get wraith stones. These wraith stones are the things that you then craft the more powerful Conqueror's items with, but the ethereal items are relatively cheap. For the Conqueror's items aren't. Also worth noting that these wraith stones though are going to drop on death. So if you're out farming them and you've got loads of them and then somebody comes along and kills you, well, they're going to get taken as well. Now the only way to get these wraith stones is actually super interesting, to be honest with you. You can get them while farming the elite POIs, darkness breaches, and gathering resources. Now the first two are kind of like group activities. Whether or not that'll work in a raid or anything like that, I'm not 100% sure at the minute. Or gathering resources. One thing I didn't say, by the way, is that PvP flagging starts at level 15 or as soon as you join a faction. So if you join a faction at maybe like level 12, you become PvP flagged all that point onwards. Or if you get to level 15, you just flagged without a faction. Some madhead is going to try doing this without joining a faction. Good luck to you. So you get the ethereal items, you then go and farm wraith stones, but you can also get ethereal items and you can salvage them and they'll give you ethereal dust. Now it says frequent crafting is advised due to high demand. You can also get ethereal dust from refining wood or fiber, etc. So you get it from refining and you get it from salvaging ethereal gear. You can then also get something called an ethereal animus, and the ethereal animus is crafted at the refining station for 100 dust. And this is where the high demand statement kind of makes sense, because when you open that, you're actually going to get 2,500 experience, which is going to speed up leveling altogether, and the leveling is going to be much quicker across the board anyway. And when you open that, you get an extra chance of some of this other stuff. Some of it doesn't sound that interesting, but some of it is. You can get sandpaper, tanning, solvent, flux, and wire weave. I kind of wish that this was on live servers, by the way, because the price of flux at the minute is like 4 gold and the price of sandpaper is not far behind. It's pretty stupid, Amazon. If you're like watching this, for whatever reason, change that on the live servers, on the fresh servers. I don't want to be paying 4 gold per flux. It's crazy. Bring back the converters. Anyway, you can also get ethereal mount food, mount straps and shoes, and all tier 4 heart runes. And then probably more importantly for this server, you get the crafting recipes for the Conqueror's weapons. One of the things that they do talk about, how they want this season to be about accessibility and respecting players' time. So a couple of things they've done to ensure this, and I've got to say I actually kind of like the idea. They're going to reduce the grind by doing a couple of different things. So the first thing they're going to do is all player XP, weapon mastery, trade skill XP is increased by 25% in this world. So just leveling is going to be much quicker. Obviously, if you do the ethereal animus as well, you're going to get 2,500 XP with that. It's going to be way quicker to level. If you are somebody who's kind of relatively new to the game, it would be a little bit weird starting on a PvP server, but you could maybe do this server, get all your trade skills up, and then hopefully get to a fresh start server because of the trade skill XP. Could be worth it. Not really sure that's going to happen, but you never know. They talk about the ethereal dust and how that's going to work, which they've already spoke about, so I'm not going to go over again. All the ethereal gear has a level 15 requirement, and the Conqueror's gear has a level 20 requirement. So actually, it's going to be really, really powerful, I think, very early on. And it says you can be competitive even at lower levels if you've got the right gear, which is definitely interesting. I'm not sure how cheap is cheap, but they said the crafting cost for each ethereal item is half the material cost of the same item equivalent. I'm really hoping they're not expecting us to get prismatics, by the way, but you know, okay. Well, they go through the gear scores, right? So tier 2 is 350, tier 3 is 600, tier 4 700, and then tier 5 would be 725. I don't know if tier 5 is prismatics or if tier 5 normally 700 gear score stuff that would then be 725 stuff. You know, like a Azov inductor. It could be that those like that's like Azov inductor level, and then it would be half the mats. So I mean, yeah, could be good. Could be good. Now this next step I actually think is pretty huge, and I'm very happy to see it, because what I was worried about on the PvP server, I was like, what you're gonna get is you're gonna get some toxic people, and they're going to camp specific areas because they know they're going to be bottlenecks. And the two that I always called out was the mount and the heart rune. Obviously the mount is early on and the heart rune is a little bit later, but I thought you'd get some toxic people who would just go there, sit there, maybe would do it themselves, maybe they'd be in a group, and they'd just kill people who came up to do those quests. Well, you don't have to do those quests, so they're just ditching that as an idea. The mount skill is just going to automatically unlock as soon as you hit level 15. You do, and then you craft your first mount and you get special food from any camp. And then you can also obtain high-end mount strats and horseshoes from the ethereal animuses. So you literally don't need to do anything mount-wise, any like quests or anything like that. And then the next one is the heart rune. The heart rune is basically the same. It's just unlocked as soon as you get the heart runes, you equip them. Well, you have to be level 65. Cool, good change. Actually, really positive change. I mean, for this PvP server, it makes sense. The whole goal seems to be probably, like, people will do the MSQ. The MSQ still will be very quick.
Please let me shoot!
But obviously, the MSQ is going to be...
He got full
PvP.
shield
People
again.
might just literally wait on the track, waiting for people to come through and then kill them. But you can also go out and farm and gather and stuff like that, and then you can level up. So yeah, quite a few options. We should start seeing people spread out. If you really don't want a lot of PvP, you'll probably go out and gather. But if you want to just be, you know, thrown into the deep end, you'll PvP on the MSQ, I think. And then one of the next questions is, why bother doing it, I guess? Oh, I actually didn't see this when I read it the first time. Players start out with recipes to craft the Conqueror's Swarm heavy armor, but you're able to craft that with Wraith Stones. However, you do the ethereal animuses, I think, to unlock the weapons. I wonder if this means there's no medium or light armor in the Conqueror's gear, which would be kind of funny because it harkens back to Voidbend, the gear we all had when the game first launched. I hope it looks like that, otherwise I might be a little bit disappointed. I don't think it does. I think it's probably going to look like that, but you know, if it was Voidbend, I'd love it. And then they give 2 examples of the weapons, and these sound very fun. Some of them are just normal perks, but they are basically like artifact level perks with normal perks, if that makes sense. So for example, the Crescent's Wave Greatsword is while above 50% health, heavy attacks consume 20 mana to cast a wave projectile forward, dealing 150% weapon damage. So every time you do a heavy attack, you're just going to do like a wave AoE in front of you. I don't know how far it's going to be, but it sounds insane. It also has refreshing move, leeching, crosscut, and trench and strike. I mean, yeah, sounds fun, but maybe not as fun as the Yeatison's Hammer. I kind of wish that this was called the Yeatison's Hammerson, but you know, obviously it is what it is. And it includes yeet, and you will see people getting yeeted and deleted. Basically, it does a 400% push distance and 30% base damage to all Warhammer knockbacks. and clear out will ignite the first target hit, turning them into a projectile, causing 150% weapon damage to all enemies they pass through. It's basically going bowling with the Yeaterson's hammer. So if you do like clear out and you like knock somebody into somebody else, it does even more damage. That sounds so fun and so funny. Also has clear out, plague strikes, and refreshing roof. And by the sounds of it, Amazon are going to be doing a little bit of milking, which I'm kind of okay with. But basically they say this: seasonal exclusive rewards like titles, mount attachments, and skins are designed to make your time on these worlds unforgettable, which are obtained through a new journey for the seasonal server inside of the season pass and seasonal server specific leaderboards. To obtain rewards from the seasonal server journey, you must purchase the season pass. So whilst you can get the rewards from the leaderboard, I assume for free, if you want all the stuff from the journey, you're gonna have to pay. It ain't free. It's basically a seasonal content, I guess is what they're saying. It's like, we made the seasonal content, you can play it, but if you want the rewards, you gotta pay us. And you know what? I am completely okay with that. Now, I was a little bit worried personally about the end game on this server. I kind of feel like the content is the leveling, because once you get to the end game, I can't necessarily see myself doing the Gorgon raid weekly, which by the way, we've been doing on Sunday if you want to join. Link in the description.
No, I don't care.
This is what they say. Compete with your company or by yourself against other players to earn unique rewards on seasonal server specific leaderboards, such as mount attachments, a helm skin, tent skin, and a new PvP focused housing item, well, housing trophy. And this is really the one that's interesting, because this trophy basically gives you a bonus to PvP experience. Now, I would not be that bothered by that if it wasn't for the absolute garbage artifact system. But that, I'll tell you right now, a lot of people would want that right now. I mean, if you just fix the PvP artifacts, that would be a little bit less enticing, but yeah, okay. This trophy, though, will become available to everybody at some point, probably in the next season. You can still do wars and all that jazz, and there are some couple of interesting things, by the way, just in general in PvP. The respawn timers in PvP have been extended, which does mean that when there's like influence races and stuff like that, the fight should be a little bit more balanced. I don't know why they're not just doing that on live, but they're doing it on this server at least. And then eventually, once you've finished, your character can transfer, ensuring all the efforts from your seasonal server actually carries over to, I presume, a server of your choice, which it would make sense to pick a fresh start server. They don't actually say that, but I'm assuming it can be fresh. There's no reason why it can't. And what's going to happen is actually the Ethereal and the Conqueror's gear is going to convert to an item replacement. Obviously, I'm assuming the very overpowered gear will not be the same item. It'll be a different item, obviously, unless they convert it into artifacts, which, let's be honest, would be really funny. If Yeaterson's hammer became an artifact and you got it on the PvP server, I mean, it could be, but they've not announced that. They've said it's just going to be a similar gear score, right? Conqueror's gear, for example, will be converted to 715, while the Ethereal gear will be converted to 705. So it's not even like this. But, you know, if it's powerful gear with good perks, yeah, it could be good, because they are going to be PvP focused perks. Interesting indeed. Overall, the gameplay is going to be really interesting. It sounds like everybody's going to be spread across the map, because there's going to be a lot of gathering, crafting, refining, and that kind of stuff. And then there's going to be people farming the POIs, doing corruption breaches, doing, you know, the elite areas and that kind of thing, which sounds good. I still think the MSQ will be a little bit congested and a little bit, you know, toxic, but if you can level up by doing other things with that 25% XP boost and the 2,500 XP packages, then maybe it won't be that bad. Getting the mount for free, basically getting the heart room for free, there's some good decisions. They've obviously thought about some of it, and yeah, I mean, it actually sounds pretty decent. I don't really want to start over again, but I mean, I don't care about my current character. There's just simply not enough marketing or enough interest in the game. It's cool. I'll be there, and as I said at the start, if you want to play with us, link in the description. We'll be doing a PvP run. Everybody's welcome in our group. It sounds like it's going to be fun. For now, let me know your thoughts. Have a beautiful day. Like and subscribe. Goodbye.
We're putting the work in to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not gonna give you more. They're not gonna give you more money. It's crazy. They get paid $5 a day. It's bullshit. This fire would be so much larger if they weren't out here. They need to get paid an adequate wage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to the Rose Bowl right now, where we are going to be linking up with a new friend of the show. His name is Scott. He's a producer, and he's also a recidivism activist. We're gonna be linking up with him because he is going to be feeding some of the firefighters that have been working tirelessly around the clock in combating all the wildfires that have been taking place in Los Angeles.
Shout out to the firefighters.
The last death toll that I saw was around 10, with more than 10,000 structures that have been burned to the ground. Obviously, this is one of the most impactful wildfires
certainly the most devastating wildfire in California history. And one of the lesser known aspects of combating wildfires in the state of California is the fact that the California state relies sometimes upwards of 30% of the firefighting force at any given point during wildfire season. California state relies on inmates, incarcerated firefighters. Some of these incarcerated firefighters make $5 to $10 a day according to publicly available data.
I dislike that he appeared sort of foreign to me. He's an American, but he appears sort of foreign to me a little bit. But I mean, that sounds sort of xenophobic a bit. It's just, you know, I don't think he comes from the same place as I do. So he made me nervous when I first saw him, but now I like him. I didn't know who he was. I thought he might have represented Islamic culture, but no, I don't think so.
Some of them makes upwards of $26 a day. Now,
and I have no bias against Islamic culture. I'm talking about, like, I just thought he might not be it might not be very normal for white boys to watch him, I guess is what I'm saying. But no, he's turned out to be a very mainstream streamer.
These numbers are incredibly low. They are incarcerated. It's a valuable training program, and until recently, they had no opportunity to join a full-time, staffed, employed fire department. Since, I believe, 2022, there have been initiatives to expunge their record if they have any drug offenses or if they have any sort of felony on their record. They're incarcerated. They must have it expunged in order to be able to get EMT training, which is a requirement to become a California firefighter. They still, as far as I understand, cannot join municipalities unless it's like a super rare instance. We're going to be talking to these guys. They're still technically in prison, but for the time being, they're out of prison and at the Rose Bowl in the staging area, you know, after a long day, sometimes 12-hour shifts or even longer, combating wildfires, clearing out brush. So we're going to go talk to them about their experiences and what their day-to-day looks like, and hopefully help people understand that the incarcerated population are human too. Now, of course, this sounds really silly when I say it, but unfortunately, it's something that must be said, because in the United States of America, we have one of the most draconian prison structures, one of the worst carceral states on the entire planet. 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population, despite only making up 4% of the entire planet's population. A quarter of the imprisoned people on this planet behind bars are in the United States of America. Even in one of...
God damn it, a quarter of the world's population's prisoners are in America.
Of the, on paper, most...
Now, a bunch of that's rape and murder, which sucks, and they should be in there, but a bunch of it isn't. A bunch of it isn't.
Successful reintegration initiatives. This is a very valuable training structure, and allowing prisoners to experience dignity and actually give back to their communities. It still seemingly is used as a way to basically have a servile, indentured servant population. Slavery, as you know, is constitutionally protected under the 13th Amendment. Slavery as a mechanism of punishment is perfectly permissible, allowed, and still exists in the United States of America, in many states, including California. California, as a matter of fact, had a ballot initiative in the last election, the general election that we just had, where they overwhelmingly voted to preserve slavery as a form of punishment in the state constitution. I'm joined, of course, by Caroline Kwan, Marchie Poo, and also my very own volunteer firefighter, engineer extraordinaire, Marat Piker, on this wonderful journey. Thank you guys so much for coming.
So the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, that's a group that works with these incarcerated firefighters who we are going to go talk to. They currently have a fundraiser to raise funds for these firefighters.
$50. $50.
After they are released from prison. The way firefighting works, not even just during times of crisis like this, is that they're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So we're going to be talking to a group of people who are on the 24 hours off, but obviously they're exhausted, and it's a lot what they're doing right now, but that's how it is. So they work for 24 hours straight, and then they have 24 hours off.
God damn.
But,
oh my God, the governor's there right now.
Oh, well, that'll be fun.
Gavin is right behind us right now. Big Gav, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, California. I've never met him. California lost, ruling with an iron fist. What do you want to tell the camera about yourself?
Scott Budnick, movie producer, spent 14 years making The Hangover and Project X and a bunch of stupid shit. Went into juvenile hall, met a bunch of incarcerated kids, and started doing this. And here we are, still making movies, but doing this is what kind of feeds my soul.
And what's the group that you work with predominantly? Like you have a recidivism.
Yeah, ARC.
Coalition, right?
So
ARC.
organization I started. So after I was making comedies, then I did that, and now I'm back in the movie business making movies, but I'm still on the board of ARC and doing this kind of work.
We were supposed to have a meeting
on Friday, and I got evacuated.
That was like not. I didn't even realize that you were doing this thing. We were supposed to have this meeting, and I thought it was like a regular. Sometimes producers and stuff like that hit me up, and then Caroline was like, "Oh, I was doing some research on like incarcerated firefighters, like where to donate and whatnot, because it's something that we talk about quite a bit."
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, there's this guy, Scott Budnick." And I was like, "I know this name. Where do I know it?" It's like, "Oh my God!" It's
Wait, you figured this out?
Yeah, she's the one.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, that's crazy
Yeah.
that these two things intersected.
We actually have a mutual.
How's it going? What's going on, man? Kimbo, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Kimbo, what's
Yeah.
on?
So
Nice to meet
I
you.
was like, oh, this guy. Okay, I think we gotta connect with them.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Any Big Kimbo right here?
Kimbo, you're on Twitch.
What's up with it? How's it going?
So, from what
You
we
guys
understand, Scott was telling us, Scott was giving us the lay of the land here.
Okay.
So you're originally from Juvie, right?
Nah, I'm a youth offender.
You're a
I
youth
caught my
offender.
case at 18.
All the red caps here, in particular, if you can show right there, they're all from. Are you guys all from the same correctional facility?
Yeah, we're all from Growlersburg Fire Camp.
Okay.
We're the Wild Peak Crews.
Okay.
The
So
crews here right now.
these guys went in as juvenile offenders. From what I understand, there's also there's a lot of restrictions in terms of who can do this kind of firefighting as an incarcerated individual. But for you guys, there's a additional opportunity, right? Like even if you went in as a violent offender,
Yes, sir.
if you went into a juvenile facility, you still have the ability to come.
Yeah.
And get training. What are the benefits of doing something like this?
Okay, we got violent crime, so we got sentenced to a longer time.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to go to high level security yards, real serious stuff going down, real dangerous yards. But with this opportunity with Scott Budnick, he let the guys that got caught up at 18 not have to go do time with like OG lifers and all that. So we got an opportunity to come to fire camp, and we get time cuts, so time off our sentence, a bunch of time off our sentence. We're like the highest paid inmates in the whole system.
What's the pay though? It's still pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's still low. I think I get
$5.
like $180 a month.
That's crazy.
They give you extra,
For 12 on,
extra
12
when
off.
it's during a crisis, right?
Nah, we don't get no extra during no crisis.
No?
Not for us. Maybe the free firefighters, but we don't get no extra during the crisis. But there's supposed to be a pay increase in the future. We're supposed to get $5 an hour, but that's still low for like people on the street. But for us, we're like that make us like we'll be doing real well.
Yeah, but you're doing
Yeah.
crazy work. You're
Crazy-
out here.
yeah, crazy
you said
work.
24
Crazy
hours
ass
in,
stuff.
24 hours out, right? And then
Yeah.
sometimes they do 12 hours in, 12 off. But I mean, what are some of the things that you do on a day-to-day basis out here?
We go in with our tools. We hike up. We hike a bunch of miles. We're on the mountain. Then we grab. We work with our hand tools. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's like the hardest job in the firefighting. For the wildland. Period. It's like we're like infantry. We're the foot soldiers.
Yeah.
So we're cutting line. We're scraping brush. We're using chainsaws. Scraping brush. We're making a path between the fire and the rest of the fuel, the community, the brush. So we make that barrier. We create that barrier with our hand tools. But it takes a long time. It takes hours and hours. You create that barrier with our hand tools, but it takes a long time. It takes hours and hours, and we go where the bulldozers can't get to. You feel me? So we're going tight spaces, real steep, where a bulldozer would like fall if it would try to go up there. It's crazy. So yeah, it's crazy stuff. We sleep out there. We get our rest when we can out there on the mountain. It's crazy. Yeah. So
It gets dangerous too, right?
it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. I have to dodge rocks sometimes coming down. Dodge them. You feel me? I swear to God,
Yeah.
on my mama. We got to. It's
I
crazy,
believe
bro.
you.
It's crazy. It's
All right.
dangerous work. It's
But
dangerous
you,
work.
but you like it?
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's almost like a respite from being? Is it better than being in prison or no?
It's way better because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like shit. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job.
Yeah.
You feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing for a lot of guys, because that's all they be needing is a little bit of recognition. With this, it's life-changing, and we get opportunities at careers.
How long was your sentence? You don't mind me asking?
17 years.
17 years.
Yep.
God damn. They're gonna shave it off. Though.
Yep.
They're gonna shave it off.
They're gonna shave it off. They shaving some off.
They better shave it
off. But you feel me? We ain't breaking. You know what I mean? We ain't folding. You feel me? 17 years, but now I'm at camp. I got about 2 years left. 2 years left. I had to work a bunch of time off with schooling and graduating high school.
How old are you now?
I'm 25 now. I'm forgetting. I've been down for a minute.
I feel you.
I started at 18. I'm 25 now.
And you got linked up with this program how many years ago?
I got to fire camp last year. In November, that was the first time any person like with my kind of case, violent crime, was allowed to go to fire camp last year in November. So we're the start of it.
What about for adult offenders? Do you think that it's a good program overall, right? It's like even if it wasn't fighting wildfires, do you feel like these kinds of initiatives? You talked about feeling like a human, right?
I love that he's actually talking to fucking prisoners and he's not scared. I wouldn't be scared either. It's actually fucking beautiful to see somebody else with the skill to deal with the public. I don't think most of these people on the internet do. It's weird. I would have no problem talking to this guy either.
Feeling like a sense of dignity from other people. You
Yeah,
feel like these
yeah.
kinds of programs, reintegration programs like that would be successful overall, in terms of giving you proper training and giving you tools to one.
So I'm going to pause it because I'm going to go get a bowl of cereal for breakfast. I'll be right back.
lower your sins, give back to the community somehow, and then when you go out, you have, well, I'm not entirely sure about the wildfire programs in general, but like in general, it's good to have that kind of work experience so you don't feel like your life is lost.
Yeah, it can be successful, but the thing is the pay. The pay, the work compared to the pay is like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So a lot of guys get broke off on the mountain, get their body get beat up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if the pay went up, more guys would be more grateful for the opportunity.
Yeah.
We're grateful for the opportunity. We got all this time. You feel me? We're young. Then we're real excited. We're real motivated. So when we get out, we're firefighters. You feel me? We're not running the streets anymore.
Yeah.
But for the adult crews, I mean, it just depends on their motivation. But it's hard work. So if you're lazy, you're not gonna last. You're gonna hate it. But if you're motivated to better yourself, it's gonna work for you as long as you work it.
That's nice to hear from you, man. I don't want to keep you from eating your food.
It's all good, man. It's good, man. It's my 24 down. I appreciate you guys for coming out.
Yeah, nice to meet
you,
you,
bro.
Xavier, he's down to talk, and then if you
Yeah.
guys want to...
Come here. Let's talk. Yo, those are, does the state give you those?
Yeah. We get them brand new, though.
Those are kind of drippy, dude.
Just a little bit, you know, so you look fly on the mountain, you know? Something nice.
Yeah. Do you get to keep it? Do you get to keep the hats?
Yeah.
Oh, you get to bring it back?
Well, everything, they give us everything. Everything's kind of state issue when you get there. They kind of prepare you for the fires, so that way when you get out there, do what you gotta do.
I'm saying, like, when you go back, do you get to keep them?
Man, I don't think so.
That's crazy.
It's considered an antique.
I don't think he wants to keep that either. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna cop his shoes.
You're like, hey, can I get this?
No, but I did see some jackets there. They're pretty sweet.
All right, bro, chill. We're not gonna take their clothes off their back, bro. They're fucking fighting wildfires out there.
Look, we'll give it to you, man. We'll give it to you.
No.
It's a donation.
All right. So, how are you guys feeling?
Great.
Tacos
We're
good?
blessed. We're blessed.
Yeah?
I haven't even tried them yet. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Do you want to eat first?
No, it's all right. It's all right. You want to try one?
No, I'm good. I just ate.
No,
I
I'm
before I
good.
got
Thank
here.
you, too.
While you eat, you talk. How about that? And then swap it out. All right.
So, again,
Don't be-
Xavier and Angel, for those who
You don't want to eat on
hear.
camera? Huh?
Nah. I gotta go wait.
There's hella ladies watching right now. They're gonna be judging. They're gonna be judging the way you're eating.
He's not shy. He's not shy.
No, don't even worry, because he eats on stream,
I
and
eat
you
on
cannot be
camera. I'm
worse.
fucking with you.
You cannot be worse. How are you guys doing?
We're blessed. We're blessed. You know,
We're blessed.
We're taking it all in. We just came down from the mountain.
7 years of probation. We're blessed. We're blessed. They held 10 years over my motherfucking head. 2 years in the mental health facility.
Yesterday, we were assigned to the Eaton Fire.
We're blessed.
Our division, was meeting up with other crews, doing some hand line. The dozer only goes so far, you know. Our job is really to kind of get in the cracks and crevices where the dozer can go. And when we get out there, we work as a team, you know. This guy is crazy out in the fires, man. This guy goes crazy. This guy goes crazy.
So, let me ask you, how long you guys been training? Like, when did you get started with the program? It's a relatively new one, right?
Yeah, it's relatively new. I mean, fire camps have been around for a while, but as far as for us, you get sent to a training facility before you're even allowed to come to a fire camp. And the training, honestly, will not prepare you for what it really is. You know, it's only a 2-week program. You probably do a couple sets of push-ups, run a mile or so, but but it's like, but does not prepare you for it's nothing the real compared world. To hiking with a pack on or having to cut line for hours. But yeah, like I said, I mean, you won't be able to really figure out what it's about until you get to a fire camp.
Yeah,
it's a lengthy process. I think these facilities try to imitate the feeling you get when you're on the mountain. You know, the hike can be miles and miles, and you know you got to carry this water, and your circumstances are subject to change, you know, depending on the winds and how the fire increases over time, you know, and these places really just cannot imitate that emotion, that feeling you get when you're up there, you know. And
before these fires this week, had you guys fought any fires before, or is this your first?
No, we were just here at the Ventura fire, the mountain fire.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
So that was our...
God damn, these guys are heroes and they're fucking prisoners and shit. It's insane. I just got stomped by the system. I didn't get opportunities like this. I'm jealous of them. Well, I mean, they did time, though. I'm not really looking to do that. I suppose they would be jealous of me. It's the other way around.
Most recent fire, I mean, fire season just passed, so the last couple fires we have caught has been down south.
I mean, this is kind of crazy to be your first
Yeah,
experience.
yeah. But you know, it's it feels good to be able to show the community that we're out there. You know, we're trying to help.
We're not all bad. We're not all bad. I would do it too. The problem is, I can't take orders. Like, I really can't. I can't handle another human being telling me what to do. I actually, like, really can't. And that stuff, yeah, that's all about, like, taking orders. And I'm like, no.
Hard time for everybody. You know, God bless those people that were affected from these fires. You know, just coming back and your house is burned down. It's very crazy. You know, it's a very crazy time. But you know, it feels good to be able to help these people in some type of way.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how I don't think a lot of people know that historically 1/3 of California's firefighting force is made up of incarcerated folks, and I think right now it's like 40-something% because of
We're the backbone of the
because
operation.
how drastic this is. Yeah.
There's a lot of you motherfuckers out here.
It's the backbone of the operation, and you know, Cal Fire is kind of just a cover up for it, you know, and we get out there and we do the hard work, you know. But shout out to those people. Those people do work too, you know. But we get the rough and tough end of the stick.
Yeah. Do you guys, like, what do you want people to know about either this program or about just being an incarcerated firefighter in general? Like, is there any, PSA that you want to make? Like, what's something that people probably don't know, considering that a lot of people don't even know that you guys are out here fighting these fires?
I mean, one thing I would want the public to know is just that we're taking advantage of the second chance that we're being given, and this is an opportunity to change our lives, the trajectory of our lives, to be able to get a career once we leave, once we hit the streets. And
I'll never forget this.
We're blessed to be in this position,
We're blessed,
and
yeah, that's
like you
it.
said, a lot of people may not know about it, but we're putting the work in to try to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not gonna give you more. They're not gonna give you more money. It's crazy. They get paid $5 a day. It's
We're out there
bullshit.
getting it.
No, I know,
We're getting it. We're out there
but
getting it.
it's
Fires
goal,
would
is what
be,
we're
these fires
working
would
for,
be so much larger if they weren't out here. They need to get paid an adequate wage. Right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, we get paid $5, $5.80 an hour.
You're over here like, oh, it's
Oh, no,
great.
not even. We get paid.
I love being in the fire.
$1 an hour.
You get paid $1 an hour. It's $5 a day.
That was a mistake on
You're
my
gonna
part.
get a pay cut after this.
You oversold.
Yeah, we get paid $24 a day. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
$24 a day.
Let me tell you this.
when we're on a fire.
Talk to me. Did you guys know that you got the normal, like, the rest of the firefighters, right? They're also in the staging area over there somewhere.
Correct, yeah.
So you got that, and they get paid like, the municipality gets paid like, I think 98 grand or something. Like, they get paid pretty well. They get
Very
good pensions,
well.
good benefits. They
Very
got
well.
unions. So they're in a decent situation. What would you say if I were to tell you that there's also private brigades on top of that really rich people like Rick Caruso, the Grove? You guys know what that is? Yeah, the Grove. It's a mall.
Very fancy shopping.
It's lame as
I
fuck.
do.
Anyway, he owns the Grove. He's a real estate developer. So we hired private firefighters to protect the Grove. You know how you heard about the Palisades that got
Correct.
burned down? 75% of it's gone. Except for Rick Caruso's mall in the middle of the Palisades. Why? Because he hired a private brigade. Those dudes are making $7,000 a day to do what you guys are doing. I don't want
Money is power.
I don't want the fucking sheriff to hear me talking like this. No,
I think
he didn't encourage you to talk this way.
Yeah, $7,000 a day to do basically what you guys are doing.
Wow.
So think about that.
And it's crazy. It's a big pill to swallow. But in this case,
Yeah, but they're not prisoners. They're private citizens. These guys probably fucking shot somebody or some shit. Like, or assaulted somebody, like, and stuff. They're up for violent crime and stuff. There's a difference. There's a difference between a private citizen and a prisoner. Big fucking difference. Did I do this wrong? I did it. It's like shock spikes and thunder, which is like 7. I'm just like messing with my buttons here. Thunder 3. I have a bunch of crazy fucking Ga spells too, like Stone, like Arrow Ga 3 fucks them up. Do that. I have so much mana now. God damn it. Cast. That did nothing.
The return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25. You know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And
Testify,
you know,
brother.
at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
I think it's
Testify.
important too to talk about how there are obstacles though after you are released, where you have this training, right? You have this experience. You deserve to have this as a career.
You do.
But you know, it's still really difficult, even with legislation that's been passed, to work at expunging records and make it easier to get hired in this career. Like, it is still
The
it's
reintegration
difficult.
process is a little tricky, you know, and I believe it depends and it varies on the individual, you know, because circumstances are subject to change. But at the end of the day, I believe if you want to change and you want to get out there, it's,
How long you guys got, if you don't mind me asking?
I got 4 months, I'm out.
You got a year and a half left?
4 months, I'm out. 4 months, I'm
Yeah!
out. I reside in the San Fernando Valley.
Free like OJ all day. Yeah.
2028.
Damn, there's gonna be a whole new president by then.
A whole new president by then.
None of us are
Jesus
making it
Christ.
out. None of us are making it out by 2028.
I taught him what Twitch was.
Oh yeah.
I've been in long enough, I didn't know what it was.
Who here watches Twitch? Anybody?
Is it the gaming one though?
Yeah, the gaming
Like
one.
Xbox and stuff?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
watched it a few times.
Yeah, you
haven't been out
guys got any favorite content creators like
Are you cool
YouTube,
with Kai
Twitch?
Kenneth?
Kai Cenat?
Yeah, Kai
Yeah, I
Cenat.
know Kai Cenat. Damn.
Yeah, he knows Kai.
Look at that, Kai.
I know Casanat.
Kai is that boy, huh? Kai is a boy, huh?
Oh no, I don't really play any TV.
Oh, they're asking
you guys
me
watch
if he
basketball
games.
content creators though? Oh, who do you like in basketball?
We're talking about well, we're talking about Twitch. Some of these guys are familiar. Some of them have been locked up too long, but
He doesn't know how famous he is. It's awesome. I love it.
they
You know,
one of them asked about Kai Cenat.
Like basketball YouTubers?
No,
They
he's
do
like,
basketball
Kai?
content.
Then they're talking about basketball. Gaming.
Oh, Soul Illuminati. Yeah, I know Soul. Have y'all ever seen like YouTube videos of like a prison in Norway? Look it up.
There's a whole show called The Worst Prison in the World, right?
Yeah, America has the worst prisons in the world, bar none. Straight up. They say like, oh, Russian prisons are bad, Turkish prisons are bad, or whatever, but
Not
American
like
prisons
us.
are obviously
It's
the
a-
fucking worst.
Terrible.
It's a for-profit industry.
Definitely.
Yeah.
They're privately owned industries.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, one problem is that, I mean, it's good that incarceration rates have gone down, but now they're like, oh shit, we have less people to use as firefighters. So it's now
They
this,
dip into the inmate.
right, because they do rely on you guys so much.
And do you guys think
It's
that they
the
know like
cheapest
the
labor.
trauma that it causes?
What's that?
Like, do you guys think that they know the trauma that causes like?
Bro, I'm not
being
gonna lie,
in
they
the
don't give a
cell?
shit. It's
He's
like
not lying.
they don't
Not
give a
lying.
shit. They don't give a shit when you're
Where's the
out
money?
and
Where's the money?
doing stuff. You
The
know what I
reason
mean?
why I ask is because I mean you heard of the word institutionalized, right? Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before? Institutionalized, like
Oh, institutionalized. Yeah.
So now I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years, but the point is I'm about to go home next month. So you go from the
Hells
cells
yeah, 13 years.
to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now I guess like the fire camp, bringing back light to the fire camp, right? It does help you because now you start mingling with the public, with you guys, the civilians, right? Which is I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was.
Yeah,
That's what
the
they
prison
indoctrinated
culture
me to
for
be.
13
That's what they
years.
wanted me to be. So like now they
Yeah.
want you to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter. And we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen, coming from prison to this? Like maybe you guys know something about that. Like, that's my biggest question. How do I?
How do you transition Yeah, the halfway house isn't good enough. I've been to the halfway house. Yeah, we need education centers, and I don't know. That sounds so scary to me a little bit. I don't know what it is.
Jail.
You know what I mean? Like, it was not. Okay, what's
It was
normal to you guys?
overnight.
What's normal to you guys?
Are you asking like personally how
Right,
you
right.
make that transition?
Right.
I mean,
He asked a serious question and I made jokes. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No,
It's
no,
a
no.
job.
It's a job. It's
I
my job.
think
It's my job.
what's key is having support, right?
Right.
So that that transition is easier. I mean,
Right.
you're right. When you spend so long
Right.
in prison, and you either are on the path to being institutionalized or you're
Right,
there,
right.
it is hard to transition out, and there is such a lack of support from the state. So I understand. I mean, that's neither of us have been in that situation before, so we can't speak from personal experience. But it's why we are trying to bring attention to this and say, okay, you're somebody who you have firefighting skills now, right? You've been there on the front lines. You've trained for this. How great would it be, and how deserving are you of having this as a career after you leave, so you don't have to struggle with job opportunities because you have a criminal record. And of course we live in a country where that is an obstacle to you re-entering into society.
What kind of services do they have inside for when you're about to leave, right? When you're about to get out? Do they have retraining services or anything like that? Like connect you with job providers?
Right, so in camp it's kind of minimal. They really don't. If it's it seems to me like if it's just Cal Fire, if it's not Cal Fire related, you're just not what they're looking for. They're not going to put much effort into it. Now you do have those individuals that do want to help you, right?
Yeah.
But that's more because they're personalized with you and you kind of grow a bond with them over time. But as far as them providing something for us specifically for not Cal Fire, there's really none. So that's the thing.
So California State doesn't have any sort of reintegration program.
California has MCRP program, and thank God for Scott Budnick, he's trying to integrate his ARC program. So MCRP is the reintegration program from being incarcerated to being on the outside. It's limited, but it's offering you a way to try to deinstitutionalize, but in a sense, it's kind of just keeping you on a leash. Sadly to say, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
They do offer some programs, but they're very limited. Very limited because you're usually private-owned companies.
And they most likely have you do it yourself. When you finish parole, they have you do your own parole.
Yeah.
It feels like out of 10, only 3 go. So what about the rest?
I feel like if you had a job coming out, if you had something lined up, kind of like this program, if it was Cal Fire or if it's anything else, you're not going to fuck around. You're not going to want to lose that job. You're not going to want to fuck over. You're not going to fuck around with your parole.
You have something to lose. That's a tie down.
Yeah, that's what is so frustrating about stuff like this is that, I mean, it's just so dispensable, expendable. They just discard you. They're like, all right, fuck off. All right, you did your time. Fuck off.
It's another number, yeah.
And it's very frustrating.
So you said you kind of do political movements on his foundation, right? Since you've been kind of shining the light on some of the art spaces, have you seen any progress being made or any development within that field?
I mean, yes and no. I feel like people are very resistant. They're very resilient. They don't want to see the humanity of other people. And it's pretty dog eat dog out there. I mean, you know this, right? Obviously, everyone has a fuck you, I want to get mine mentality. So they don't have any time for anybody else. But overall, there are communities out there that obviously guys like Scott, out of the kindness of their heart, people that try to extend a helping hand to those who just need just a little bit of a leg up to be able to reintegrate, to be able to become valuable members of society. There's great examples of that too. There's plenty of convicts that ex-cons that made some of themselves after.
Big blazes.
Yeah, big blazes?
Made it big blazes.
Oh, made it big blazes, yeah.
I have seen so much news coverage this week about incarcerated firefighters, and I've seen people sharing stuff. I know it's the first time that they've heard about that. So I think it's even just that first step of
Yeah, of course. Come over.
A lot of the guys out here who are fighting these flames, who are trying to
Get in here.
Stand right here.
Talk to him.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her about 11 years. And I love you, baby. And hopefully I'll be out soon. And Yeah, I miss you a lot. And hey, be good out there and get your mom right, okay? Love you.
He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now, every day. What's your name?
My name is Salvador Serna. I'm out of Tulare County, and I miss everybody.
Nice to meet you. What? How much time you got?
I got about 6 months left.
6 months left! Yeah!
Unfortunately, I came back on another term, but
yeah.
I'm very appreciative.
You didn't do this beforehand. You didn't do the Cal Fire program beforehand.
I've never done it before, but I'm hanging with a crew that's way younger than me, and
doing good,
they're
doing
all
good.
Fireman, and I'm just running with the crowd.
Tell them how old you are, OG. How many push-ups is OG doing?
I'm 53 years old, and
53.
I'm with all these 20 and 30-year-olds. So
he's out there.
If I can do it, anybody.
If I could do it, anybody could do it.
They can do it.
He's in the Wild Peak crew, so everybody in this crew is under 25.
Yeah.
Tell him, OG.
OG's
That's
under
true,
25
man.
too.
For sure.
In heart.
At heart.
At heart.
Well, I've been walking in circles for many years. So.
Yeah, I've been walking in circles for many years. Jesus Christ.
All right.
I appreciate it very much. And thank you so much.
I don't need to walk around in circles, walk around in circles, walk around in circles. I don't need to walk around in circles. When you were language in rooms, I built to fire you in. And when the wind set down in funnel form, it pulled you in. I don't need to walk around in circles, walk around in circles, walk around in circles, walk around in. I don't need to walk around in circles, walk around in circles, walk around in circles, walk around in. And when the ghostly dust of violence traces everything, and when the gas runs out, just wreck it, you ensure the thing. I love this band, Soul Coughing. They were such a fucking good band.
Of course. Nice to meet you, man. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Hey, thank you again.
Keeping the streets safe.
Yeah.
And so he was asking, like, why do we care? Like, how we got involved. And, like, that's a long story, but...
I try to explain to people all the time that are listening that they are closer to where you are, and I am closer to where you are than we are to a guy like Elon Musk or a billionaire or a multi-millionaire, you know, owns multiple condos, properties. Like, obviously sometimes people don't have a good starting position in life, you know what I mean? And they get lost in the system. Like, no one is like truly evil. I mean, okay, there's some motherfuckers who are truly evil. But like, everybody has a story, everybody's a normal human being. Yeah.
A lot of good in people.
I remember...
It's more about maximizing potential.
Breaking that stigma.
And a focus on rehabilitation. These sorts of programs are good for that, especially. Very important for that. Because everybody needs to be busy, bro. That's what it is. You know what I mean? If you're not busy, you're going to go fucking crazy. Sitting around, looking at the same gray bars all fucking day. So obviously, I think breaking that pattern a little bit for you guys is, I assume, very helpful.
For sure.
Yeah. Bro, you have the Luffy scar. You know what that is? One Piece? It's an anime. Yeah.
Always great.
It's a very famous anime, and the main character has the exact same scar that you have.
I'm not related.
Yeah, probably.
So you spoke about like the rogue, like individualism, right? And I think we got to get kind of to like the collective identity or the collective mindset. And you spoke of like the race. And so my question is, how do we like bridge that gap to where we kind of like bring the people more together for that collective identity?
But I think overall, people should recognize that they have the exact same interests in life. Like, that's my principle, at least. I believe that everybody wants a hot meal, a roof over their head, you know what I mean?
Love,
and a decent job,
attention, family.
and maybe to get pussy on the weekends and watch some fucking anime, play some video games. Yeah. So
shit you can say on Twitch, huh?
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Now you know what Twitch is. So.
But that's what everybody wants.
Yeah, realism.
And I think it's always the limitations of the system that cause people to not be able to achieve that in the most successful way. There is virtually nothing different between any of you guys and someone like myself, except for, like, I'm willing to bet that my beginning point is more affluent, more privileged. You know what I mean? That's it.
Definitely.
Like, I fucked up. I fucked up when I was a kid. I fucked up when I was a young adult. I mean, I got arrested. You know what I mean? Like, but the difference is I had a network to be able to rely on, to fall back to. And if that's taken from underneath you, if you don't have that support system, then some people end up falling through the cracks. You know? What's up, man? What camp are you from? Washington Ridge? Hell yeah. So you guys are from different facilities?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. There's multiple caps around California.
How you like it down here? Have you toured before? Like, have you done this before? How many times? This is your fourth season. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
You're about to be 27 next month? Okay. Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
I'm 33. That's crazy. I'm older than all. I'm old as
like 27.
You thought it was 27? Thank you. What's your name?
Talib.
Talib?
Yeah.
Hassan. Nice to meet you,
He's
Talib.
nice to you.
Yeah. No, he's not.
Yes,
he really
he
thought I was
is.
27. Shut up, Caroline.
You have a salt and pepper beer.
No.
My friend.
He didn't. He thinks that I look 27. Can we just? It's fine. That's what he thought. It's all good.
I have 50 days left.
Oh, you have 50 days left? Nice, nice,
50
nice.
days
okay, left! So I feel like a lot of the people
50
here, like, a lot of
days!
people I talk to, like, they have a couple months left, like a year left, 50 days left. It's very, it's at the end of their sentence for the most part. Is that a part of is that a byproduct of the?
Not necessarily. Some people, OG that was on camera earlier,
Yeah.
he got a couple years left. So it just varies. What it is, it's a percentage drop. It's a percentage drop. The law that Newsom passed no longer have to do the 85% as a violent offender. As you get into these programs, they give you the privilege of dropping your percentage of how much you have to do out of your sentence. So in this case, I was a violent offender, so I go from 85. Without being in these programs, you go to 66, and when you enter the program, you do halftime, so 50%.
Yeah. Are there educational opportunities in there or no? Like, do they?
Yeah, I believe the college that I'm taking right now is called Rising Scholars through Lake Tahoe Community College.
Yeah.
And they provide the opportunity for inmates to gain their, I believe their AA. And I believe they're bachelors in some subjects, not all subjects.
What are the subjects you can get it in?
I'm barely doing college, so I'm in English 101 and counseling, but I believe you can get it in arts and sociology.
You can get it in business, sociology. We can get it in anything, basically.
Have you done it or no?
I was taking classes to get my degree in sociology.
Okay. You got 50 days. What are you gonna do when you get out?
I'm gonna hit up Scott. See what he has to offer me to help me.
Okay.
Either Ventura or working at Hollywood CPR.
Okay. From what I understand, you can get your record expunged to get an EMT certification. That's something that's very helpful, right? I mean, there's obviously need for more emergency service personnel, more firefighters, you know? So, good luck. Yeah. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
That was very stale, man.
I mean, I'm a little autistic, okay? Give me a break. I'm
Slightly.
I'm a little bit. Give me a break. Oh, goddamn.
Do you want to say hi?
Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it.
Baker and William.
What's going on, Baker?
How you doing?
Williams, Hassan.
Nice to meet you.
Hassan, nice to meet you
Just
guys.
asking like what we're doing,
So
why
we're
we're
at
here.
Fender Canyon?
Yes, Fender Canyon.
All right, where are you guys fighting right now?
I'm at the Eastern Fire right here in Pasadena. Right here, right here.
Oh yeah. How many tours have you done so far? How many seasons?
No, this is my third season.
Third season. Fourth season. Okay. God damn.
Is this the worst that you've ever seen?
I was on American Fire years ago, but yeah.
You like the program?
Program's good. Not enough pay, but the program's good.
Not
That's
enough
right.
pay. Yeah, that's why
right.
we're here to talk about.
What do you guys get right now? Like $24 a day or something?
Yeah, $24
That's
a
crazy.
day.
So what are the things that you guys are tasked with right now? You're just clearing out?
Yeah, basically like clearing out brush, lemming up, fuel break, doing stuff like that.
It's one of the harder tasks, right?
A lot of strain on your body.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, it's all too within the mental as well too. Of course, hiking up the mountains, late night cold. It could be like 2 in the morning if a fire flare up. You know, you got to get back out there, jump in, so it's a lot going on.
Right now they're on break, right? They're doing 24 hours off. But when you're back out there, you sleep out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So they give you like what? Like they give you gear and then they give you like sleeping
This
gear.
pretty much what you got right here, and then you got your Nomex on, your Nomex shirt on.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all.
They don't give you any sleeping gear?
No, not on the mountain. Not on the mountain. So like I say, because you could be out there scraping line all night, you know, whatever it may be, trying to get a fire out. Yeah, so you can be out there dragging
What kind
that.
of protective gear do you have? I mean, I can't imagine
More
that
like
you're
a
gonna...
shroud, you know.
Pretty much same
protect
gear
you
in
from
Cal
fire.
Fire where we have. Pretty much same gear, just in a different color. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it orange or is it yellow, right?
Orange.
Is it orange? Yeah.
And then as soon as you guys are done, they escort you.
Yeah, so as soon as
back.
we're done, we're gonna go back to the bus, rehab our tools, sharpen them up, be fire ready. Be fire ready for, like, you know, we get called to another fire or whatever it may be.
Why did you decide to join the program 3 years ago or 4 years ago?
I'm gonna be honest, when I first joined it, I just did it for like the time reduction, but once I started doing it, I kind of liked it. But once I get released, I won't do it though, because like I said, it's just too much going on as far as like the breathing and the, you know, as far as the air, different chemicals and stuff like that. And as far as I know, from other captains that I've talked to, basically they said like it's just a long-term, you know, health condition, you know, as far as just breathing in all the different chemicals.
Yeah, the
you guys get any
chemicals.
medical after? Like any medical attention?
No. They asked us, do we need, like, you know, as far as like anybody got hurt, anybody get injured, any medical conditions. But, you know, if it ain't really like, you know, for like you got really hurt on the fire line, sprained ankle, or none of that type of stuff, you kind of just like go back to, you know, working the next day. Like you say, the 24-hour down, 24-hour up. But you're not really getting a full 24-hour down. You know, you're going to get the 24-hour on the line for fighting fire, but you're not getting a full 24-hour down because you got to come back, you got to shower, you got to go to eat, you know, you got to go to get lunches, you know.
It's also a lot of noise, a lot of activity.
A lot of stuff going. They got to go to briefing, you know, get the assignment, you know. So it's a lot that's going on.
Are you guys staying in these tents?
Yeah, we're staying in these tents.
Are they nice?
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
Are they better than prison?
Yeah, absolutely better than prison.
God damn, prison sucks.
You know they.
God damn, prison sucks. God damn, prison sucks.
I mean, our camp's in like Palmdale. So
Palermo, California, actually.
So I want to ask you why you joined the program.
I did it 14 years ago. When I came back last year, my points was low, and I said, instead of going to the yard, I said, send me to camp. So, yeah. I was Carlsberg 12 years ago. I was at Carlsberg fire camp 12 years ago.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I came back to jail. Instead of going to a regular prison yard, I said, send me to camp.
Are you wanting to pursue firefighting like
I
when
wouldn't
you're
mind, but I'm
released
56
again?
years old. I'm 56.
Yeah.
I'm still doing it with the youngsters.
It's a lot.
Yeah, but I still, you know, for my age, I still get up that mountain. So I wouldn't mind doing it. And they say California don't have an age limit. So, you know, it's up in the air right now with me. Yeah.
How much time we got?
I go home March 15th.
I go home in July.
Okay.
Yeah, so
What's the first thing you do when you get out?
Drink a beer.
Drink a beer.
Modelo.
Okay, there you go.
Modelo.
What about you?
Modelo.
See my grandmother.
She in California?
Yeah, she in California. So I'm gonna see her because I just did. Right now I'm putting like 10.5 years. So I've been
man.
10.5 years, nobody left. Yeah.
home in
I
July.
feel
How old
ya,
are you?
brother. I'm sorry.
You're 32?
Yeah, came in at 21.
You look young as hell.
Came in at 21.
I'm 33. You look way younger than me.
He's looking for another person to tell him that he looks.
Okay, stop. Thanks a lot for sharing your story, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's a video game platform. Normally, it's a video game streaming platform. People play video games, and then people can watch it. It's like YouTube, but live. Basically. Thank you.
So you mean to tell me that I can get paid for playing Fallout?
Yeah, you like Fallout? Wait, hold up. What's your name?
I'm Sean Armstrong.
Sean Armstrong? Hassan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
You
you.
fuck with Fallout?
No.
Wait, so when did you get in?
This is my 13th year.
This is your 13th year.
Yeah.
Damn, so
He
you
likes
played like
Fallout
1.
One.
I played
Fall-
3 in New Vegas.
Three in New
You
Vegas.
played New Vegas? I know the guy who made New Vegas.
Never.
Yeah, he might see this. Yeah, it's a good game.
It is.
Tim
yeah,
Kaine.
they just got PS4s at the camp, so I've been playing 04.
Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. So, you guys stay here during the duration of the firefighting, and then you go back to camp,
Yes, sir.
right? So, for the rest of your sentence, you're at camp? Is that how that
Yes.
works?
Unless we get in trouble, yes.
Okay.
Good.
And the camp is like much nicer than
Yeah.
prison.
Yeah, there's little to no tension. The racial disputes is not a thing there. You know, your family gets to bring food to you from the street.
That's
you can
it.
eat at visiting. It's nice.
You feel like a human.
Yeah, you got real weights there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Or they got fake weights in prison?
No, they ain't got no weights.
No weights.
They don't have weights in prison?
No, Arnold Schwarzenegger took him out.
He took him out?
Yeah.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
He didn't want nobody else to be brolic like him.
I heard that that's what it was.
Yeah, he got jealous. How long you got?
I got a year left.
Okay.
A year left.
Last year. I get out around December.
What are you gonna do when you get out?
First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to work at stagehand. I was thinking about getting an electrician class, like a 10-month course at SJC.
What about you? How much time you got?
I got about 2.5 years left.
2.5 years left? All right.
What do you, I don't know. I mean, honestly, man, this place took off like 14 months of my sentence. Like, man, from going from 80 to 50, or 66 to 50, it took off 14 months, and that was cool.
Yeah, it took 22 of mine.
Let me ask you something. Do you feel like it's the pay, or it's the fact that you get training and you get to do?
It's a good video. I'll be right back.
Something, or is it the fact that you get shaved time off your sentence? Or out of all of these 4 things that I've had to mention, which one is the most important for you? Which one's the best thing for you? The fact that you stay at camp, where it's like obviously a much more humane situation than like being in prison. Out of all of those factors, which one do you think is the most impactful?
What I would choose myself, I would rather do 2 to 5 years at camp than, 2 to 5 years in Jamestown. I do 1 year at Jamestown. I'd rather do twice that. Whatever I'm doing at camp, I would take that over anything. The pay's cool. It helps pay out the restitution. It makes you feel like you're earning a little dollar.
Yeah.
But that's not. And we're getting they're upping the pay on stuff. From last time I was in camp, it was like your grade pay was like half of what it is now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's still crazy. $25 is unacceptable.
It's not. But it's
those wages are ridiculous.
Yeah. The time it's a hard one between the time, man. But I had to just being at camp itself. I'm learning self-discipline. You're teaching yourself how to work hard. To get up there and to go up there and cut for 5, 6, 7 hours, you're like sitting there. You're whooped. You've ran a whole Domar of gas, and you're just like, I gotta go hike up this mountain now. And it's a mind thing. It's something to train yourself. I'm gonna tell you, this is the hardest work I've ever done, and I've worked my whole life. Remodeled log homes. A lot of construction, handyman.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from Tulare County.
What about you? Where are you from?
From Bakersfield.
Oh, you're from Bakersfield. Okay.
If you got a good attitude about this place, man, and regardless, like, you know, I mean, everybody comes from a different walk of life. This is a place where we can all come and agree on, like, we're gonna go work hard today, and we're all on the line. You're all brothers. I mean, you're all got each other's backs, no matter what race, ethnicity.
He was saying that Scott is bringing in, he got Coachella to donate some like mobile showers for these guys because they haven't been able to shower in 5 days.
Yeah, they just really showed up today. The mobile showers just got here today.
Yeah. It was a situation that they had told us. Somebody on the Cal Fire said that they don't want no inmates using their showers. That's why we had to walk all the way around, and then we just got turned around when we was just finna go shower. We still ain't showered yet.
Oh, in that one shower unit way over there?
Yeah.
Wow.
They took our unit. Remember, it was right here. Yeah, they took our unit and then told us that they don't want no inmates in their showers. So we still haven't showered yet. So those guys messed up. Got Coachella to donate us our own mobile shower unit. That way we don't have to go through this. I'm off of 24 just from yesterday. Still ain't showered or been to sleep today.
How long have you been in and out? Like, how long have you been going in to fight?
24 up, 24 down. So just like yesterday, we spent the whole 24 hours on the fire line. We're supposed to have 24 hours to rest today. We'll be back tomorrow, 24 hours, and it just rotates like that.
We usually, because this is a fed fire now. Remember, it's a state fire. We'll do a completely different cut. We'll do a way more bigger cut. We'll do a 10-foot cut with a 4-foot scrape. But these guys, they have us doing a smaller one right now. They just have us doing a 6-foot cut with a 2-foot scrape.
Yeah, so yesterday we went in with an 8-foot cut and a 4-foot scrape.
Yeah.
It depends on which fire you're at and where you're at.
They had us trenching the whole way up, the whole way, and I'm second Pulaski. Yeah. I'm swinging my arms all day. Oh man.
I'm on the saw, bro. I've never cut that much in my life, bro.
So you got weights, you don't got a PS4, but you got a TV?
Yeah, we got a TV.
Do you guys get internet access or no? No internet access.
Wow. They don't want to say that.
Why not?
I don't know. Well,
We're still
incarcerated people, so we can't we're limited.
You're still a person?
Tell me about it.
It's a human right,
Yeah.
I think. I think you should be able to get internet access.
For sure.
What are you going to do with internet access? Crimes?
We gotta get you to our camp, Growlersburg.
I'm down, yeah.
MTV
I'll talk
Cribs.
I'll
Coming
talk
soon.
No, I would love to do that for sure.
Coming soon.
I'll talk to Scott. If we can make something like that happen, that would be great. Because I know phone calls are like, I don't know how it is in California.
It's free now.
Yeah, it used to be a big ass fucking problem.
It used to be a lot.
That shit was
It used to be a lot.
awful.
So the phone calls are free now. So everyone that left, come back. I could call you now.
Wait, tell them what it used to be like.
So it used to be a lot, like 33 cents a minute.
33 cents a minute. 33 cents a minute.
$1 a day. Like
only
15-minute phone call. We just been like $100 a week.
Yeah.
So that's why we're all single now. Am I right? Oh no, just me. Just me. Man.
Wait, okay, so like, why is that important? Why is it important that you have access to the outside world like that?
We're not trying to get institutionalized. Like, we're not trying to get stuck in here because we're still people, like you said.
Yeah.
We're still people, and we're still trying to strive, and we're still trying to grow and get